Hello guys, I am delivering to you a full 4-hour video, and guess what? It is only part 1. This whole fanfiction is fully completed and recommended by one of my fellow subscribers. Sit back, get comfortable and enjoy part 1 of What If Naruto Was Obito Student. In the distance, the gates to the Hidden Leaf Village slowly began to come into view. A sight I hadn't seen for half a decade now, that being how long ago that I set out on my journey. Seeing them now, perfectly as I remembered them, brought forth a multitude of memories and emotions. Despite myself, I felt the edges of my lips curl upwards ever so slightly in the beginning of a smile. Oh ho! Only to disappear immediately, my typical grimace returning at the mocking chortle coming from my master and traveling companion. Come on now, the toad sage and legendary pervert, Jiraiya, smirked from ear to ear as he leered down at me. Don't be such a sourpuss, Obito. We're finally home. He and I walked side by side, our pace what could only be described as leisurely. It was more accurate to say this was the fastest we could currently go, considering the sizable crowd we walked among. It would appear so. My raspy voice was quiet in comparison to my master's, his booming vocals generating looks from all those immediately around us. Most of their gazes didn't linger, immediately averting their eyes back to the path ahead the moment they got a good look at my face. It was hard to blame them, as even I didn't care to look at my own reflection in the mirror. Years ago, I had been caught under falling rocks while on a mission. While I was lucky to be alive, it hadn't been without consequence, deep scars marring the whole right side of my face in an almost semi-swirl pattern. Meanwhile, my left eye was closed shut, having given it up when I thought death was upon me. To put it bluntly, my face wasn't what you would call easy on the eyes. Which is why most people couldn't stand looking at me. And Jiraiya wondered why I always made such a sour expression. Having finally gotten a good look at some of their faces, however, I realized that many of the people around us appeared to be tourists. Sizable crowds weren't exactly a rare thing at this time of day, but it was pretty rare to have people in even these numbers entering the village all at the same time. Something was up, and I had a hunch it had to do with why we were finally returning to the village after all this time. What's going on, anyways? I asked. Jiraiya's mocking tone disappeared briefly, although I suspected not for long. You mean you didn't know? The Chunin Exams are in the leaf this time. That certainly explained it. Looking more closely, I saw the headbands of several other ninja villages mixed amongst the crowd now. Only during the Chunin Exams, a spectacle where shinobi from allied nations fought against each other for promotion and entertainment, would this be the case. Well, that or an invasion, but this clearly didn't appear to be that. I thought Kakashi would have told you. Jiraiya continued. 2 of his students made it to the finals, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. 2 names I was only all too familiar with. Neither one of them exactly holding good memories for me. Which was probably why Kakashi hadn't mentioned anything about it to me in the letters we regularly exchanged. I was starting to get a bad feeling about this. The 2 of us entered into the shadow of the gates before I could inquire further. Posted on either side of the gate were half a dozen or so Chunin guards, their eyes glowering over all entrance to the village. No doubt Jiraiya and I would be recognized as shinobi of the village, despite neither of us wearing any noticeable markings to denote our affiliation. My unmistakable facial characteristics aside, Jiraiya was arguably one of the Leaf's most famous shinobi, part of an elite group known simply as the Sannin, as its name implied a group consisting of just 3 ninja. It wasn't their gazes that interested me, however. No. It was the single eye of a familiar face that seemed to be calling out to us that caught my attention. Hatake Kakashi, the man we were just previously talking about, was slumped against the door of the open gate, orange book in hand to do some light reading while he waited for us. Yo! He greeted us as we approached him, having changed our direction the moment our eyes locked. Late as always, Obito. These words got a genuine chuckle to slip past my lips despite myself. Once upon a time, and those same words used to have real fire behind them, Kakashi sick of my constant tardiness back in the day. It's not my fault. I was helping guide this senile old fart, I retorted, extending my hand towards my teammate and best friend. Always the champion of the elderly, even now. Kakashi took my hand, the two of us giving a firm, if brief shake to acknowledge one another. There wasn't a need for anything more than that simple gesture. Despite the 5-year gap between this meeting and our last when he saw me off from this very spot, it felt like only a week had passed. In a way, we were still those young kids that hadn't yet been molded by war. Hey now, I may be old, but my ears still work, you brats. Jiraiya couldn't even sound angry if he tried, his big hands coming down on top of either of our heads and tussling our hair roughly. Anyways, he lit up quickly enough, stepping away from us as he began to make his way further into the village. I'll leave you two lovebirds to catch up. I gotta go report to the real old fart. He called over his shoulder, leaving us behind. By the real old fart, he could only be referring to the Hokage, the title reserved for the strongest ninja and leader of the Hidden Leaf Village. There were very few who could get away with referring to one in such an auspicious title by such words, but I guess the same could be applied to me in regards to how I acted around my master. More importantly than that, however, was the other parting shot in which he left us with. Many passers-by had stopped and were now looking at the lovebirds, or Kakashi and me strangely, as if we were specimens in a lab. Unseemly whispers assaulted our ears, several of the girls smirking and snickering as they eyed the two of us lewdly. I think it's time we also take our leave, Kakashi suggested. Even his mask couldn't hide the creeping embarrassment, not that I was in any position to talk. I silently nodded to his suggestion, the two of us making a break for it at the same time. If it was possible, I heard those whispers only get louder as we fled the scene. We took to the rooftops, easily jumping from building to building by molding chakra into the bottom of our feet. You just had to provoke him. Kakashi cursed at me, as if the entire thing was my fault. I should have expected no less from the author of Ika Ika Paradise. When I mentioned earlier that my master was a legendary pervert, it wasn't just me bad-mouthing him for nothing. He was a legitimate professional pervert, having penned several best-selling erotic novels, of which Kakashi was a fan, if you must know. You get used to it, if you hang out with him long enough, I said. This wasn't the first time I had to flee out of second-hand embarrassment thanks to that old man's perverted antics. Although I usually wasn't the one at the butt of his crude humor. That was usually an honor reserved for all those poor women he flirted with over the years. Not that many of them seemed to mind. Jiraiya was surprisingly good with women despite being such a massive horn dog. A trait in which I never did manage to learn from him. Anyways, where are we going? I really didn't have a destination in mind myself, but Kakashi had taken the lead sometime during our retreat and I had begun just instinctively following after him. The hospital, was his simple answer. After that, and there was silence, as I waited for him to continue and he waited for me to ask. Why? I cracked first, asking the simple question I knew he was waiting for. I need you to do me a favor. Kakashi glanced at me out of the corner of his one visible eye. As you may have noticed, the Chunin Exams are underway here in the village. I noticed. My reply was just that, short and dry. Well, as it so happens, he continued in an irritatingly cheery tone. 2 of my students happened to make it to the final round. So as you can imagine, I'm quite proud. I don't think anyone that was actually proud of their students spoke so sarcastically as they said that. Anyways, the competition is looking quite formidable this year. If I try to split my time between both of them, I'm afraid they'll be unable to get the full benefit of having this month to prepare. Aren't you just being lazy? I accused him. I'm not quite sure when it happened, but the serious and overly critical Kakashi I knew in my youth had slowly disappeared, replaced by this lackadaisical and often irresponsible life form. Not that I had much room to talk, there wasn't much left of me from our childhood anymore either. Kakashi chuckled, and for a second I nearly snapped at him to take this more seriously. His next words, however, caught me off guard. Sasuke was targeted by Orochimaru. He branded him with some kind of curse seal. My mind began to whirl, several things clicking into place for me all at once. I had thought it was odd that Jiraiya would suddenly contact me, saying it was time for us to return to the village. The work we were doing was important, keeping tabs on the movement of mercenary groups that might pose a threat to the Leaf and her allies one day. If Orochimaru had returned to the village, however, it made sense that Jiraiya would also feel obligated to return. Only a Sannin was a match for another Sannin, and the third member of their group was still MIA, her loyalty to the village also in question. This only left my master to deal with this threat. And if one from my clan had been targeted. So you want me to take care of Sasuke in case Orochimaru tries to take him again? I asked. The logic was there, asking a student of one of the Sannin and a Uchiha like me certainly made sense on paper. There was just one thing that didn't add up. Why wouldn't you ask Itachi instead of me? Sasuke's older brother and the current clan head, not that there was much of a clan left to manage. Despite being nearly a decade younger than me, I would never want to fight him one-on-one. There was no one better to look after Sasuke than him. No, I'll be taking care of Sasuke. Kakashi surprised me again for the second time in a row. Something he seemed to be silently enjoying. It will help me out a bunch if you take on Naruto. That was the next most obvious statement, yet for some reason hearing it out loud caused a lump to form in the back of my throat. Truthfully, taking on either one of them as a student was something I didn't want to do. No, didn't want to do wasn't the correct phrasing. I had no right to take on either one of them. In a way, I was responsible for the death of Sasuke's father and both of Naruto's parents. I may not have directly pulled the trigger on either of those incidents, but I might as well have. That's how grave my sins were. I know this is asking a lot for you, right now, but you need to face this eventually. Kakashi said. There was the strict squad captain that I remembered. It felt like forever since I'd been lectured by him like that. At the very least come meet with him. You haven't seen him since his academy days, right? He's grown. I opened my mouth to respond, but my throat was too dry, no words coming out. Instead, I simply nodded. Kakashi was right, after all. I could at least afford to do that much. It's not like I would be able to avoid him forever now that I was back in the village. There was one other important factor, something I had been doing my best not to think about until now. Not something, but rather someone. Unlike Naruto, this wasn't because of bad memories. Rather the opposite. My teammate seemed to be thinking the same thing as me. Rin received official guardianship over him, you know? Kakashi asked. But of course I knew. All these years, and it was only Rin's monthly letters that truly kept me going. Just the small contact between us was all I needed, her written words the only light in the darkness that lit my way. Thanks to them, I knew most of what was happening with Naruto, Kakashi, and the village in general. She had been the love of my life. No, it would be more accurate to say she still was. A love I had long since resolved myself to remain unrequited. Shortly after the death of our sensei, she had taken on raising Naruto. We were too young at the time for her to claim guardianship of him, and there had been the issue of having two Jinchuriki so close together, but against all odds, her wish had finally been granted a couple years ago. I can still remember the joy practically pouring out from the ink in which she penned the words telling me the news. She's still single. Might be your chance. Kakashi said offhandedly. And whose fault do you think that is? I snapped. When we were younger, Rin and Kakashi had dated for a while. Until the demon fox attack which changed so many lives. The three of us perhaps more than others. I don't know the details of what happened between them, but we all processed the grief in different ways. Rin poured herself into raising Naruto. Kakashi distanced himself by joining the Umbu Black Ops. And I wallowed in self-guilt, unable to tell either of them the truth of what really happened that night. Maybe you're right, Kakashi acknowledged. I started to apologize immediately, but he shook his head. We both knew I didn't really blame him for it. It was pretty obvious to everyone that I blamed myself. Silence settled between the two of us, but it wasn't what I would call uncomfortable. We just understood each other, and no more words were needed at that moment. It didn't last long either, as we arrived at the hospital within the next few moments, Kakashi leading me confidently inside. I felt myself taking another deep breath, preparing for what I knew was coming. I didn't have any more time than that to prepare either, a loud racket coming from inside. What? A high-pitched yell echoed throughout the whole building. I almost thought it was an enemy jutsu designed to attack your eardrums. Hey! What the heck is up with that? Why can't Sasuke have any visitors? As the voice kept shouting, I quickly began to recognize who it belonged to. Hey, Naruto! Kakashi didn't even appear fazed, calmly calling out to his young charge as we entered the main lobby. Keep it down in the hospital. His mild warning fell on deaf ears, Naruto already starting to shout as he ran up to us. Kakashi-sensei. Hey! I have a favor to ask, you know. He had apparently already forgotten what he had just been yelling about. This hyperactivity and attention deficit was definitely his mother. His appearance, however, was so much like that of his father I nearly had to turn away from him. I'm gonna stop you right there. Kakashi cut him off before he could continue, saving us all the time as it was already obvious what he wanted. Not that it was really unusual for a student to want their teacher to actually teach them something. Anyways, I knew this would happen, so I already went ahead and found someone to supervise your training. Why? Naruto didn't even let him finish. I don't need someone else, I want you to teach me, you know. That verbal tic was also no doubt something he picked up from his birth mother, although I have no idea how since he never met her. Look, I've got something else to do, so I don't have the time to babysit you right now. For whatever reason, Kakashi didn't mention it was to focus on Sasuke. Although I was kind of able to guess. Shameful as it was, I kind of used to be like that too when we were a team and viewed Kakashi as a pretty serious rival. So I can only imagine how Naruto would take it if he found out that was the case. Ah. You're gonna train Sasuke, aren't you? Or not? Busted already, although I guess it shouldn't come as too much of a shock. Come on, Naruto. Kakashi didn't bother denying it. He just kind of sighed instead, clearly already tired of his conversation. I could kind of see now why he was taking on Sasuke instead. Anyways, I found a much better teacher for you than me. This finally seemed to calm Naruto down. At the very least, he couldn't be both curious and angry at the same time. Simple kids like him were so easy to understand, partially because I used to be that simple kid. Who is it? He also apparently hadn't noticed me standing next to Kakashi yet, having been so singularly focused on his teacher this whole time. Hey there, Naruto. I awkwardly held my hand up halfway, not really sure if I was attempting to wave at him or go for a handshake. He finally took notice of my presence, looking at me up and down with squinted eyes as if appraising a weapon in the shop. Who's this geezer? He finally deadpanned. Geezer. I know I looked kinda old for my age, what with the scars on my face sometimes appearing as wrinkles from a distance, but he was far too close to mistake them for that. What's more, he apparently didn't seem to remember me at all. I know it had been more than 5 years ago, but I used to play with him and Rin together. Kakashi let out a snicker and I shot him a dirty glare. Sorry. He held up a hand in apology before then using it to gesture at me. Naruto, this is Obito. He's been away on a mission for some time now and just got back. I couldn't help but notice he didn't tell Naruto we used to be teammates. Apparently he didn't want to be lumped together with this geezer as it had been so delicately put. He's gonna teach you the basics, help round you out. The basics? Naruto and I asked together. Even I had been under the impression he was, well, a little above the point of needing to be taught basics. Hell, he had made it to the finals of the Chunin Exams, and you're telling me he didn't even have the basics down? Naruto. Kakashi drawled, looking down at him as if talking to a child. Which he kind of was, but even I knew that wasn't going to go over well. Your basics are an absolute mess. They're extremely important in everything you do. If you really want to be stronger, shut up and listen to what I tell you. And there it was. The explosion I was expecting didn't happen right away. Naruto lowered his head, biting at his lower lip as he appeared to try and digest Kakashi's harsh words. Just as I was starting to think this kid was more mature than I was giving him credit for, and he finally lost it. I don't like this after all. You might be right by saying the basics are more important, but there's no point if some weakling is the one teaching me. First a geezer and now a weakling. This kid really didn't hold back what he was thinking. Lucky for him, I didn't exactly want to do this in the first place, otherwise I might have taken this as a challenge to prove him wrong. Hey, Naruto Kakashi started to scold him, but was cut off a second later. No! Before anything more could be said, Naruto turned on his heel and sprinted full tilt out of the hospital, leaving the two of us in stunned silence. Naruto? A third person called out from behind us, no doubt coming to check on the racket. This voice caused my heart to begin to race, beating so loudly it felt like it was thundering inside my ears. My vision slowed as I turned around, bringing myself face to face with the person I both had been longing and dreading to see the most. Noera Rin. Like me, she appeared to have frozen, brown eyes locking gazes with me. She was just as beautiful as I remembered. No, she had grown more beautiful over these past few years, if that was even possible. I knew she would be here at this time, but I hadn't expected to run into her, leaving me stuck gaping at her like an idiot. Rin had risen through the ranks of the medical ninja, and thus it was only natural for her to be at the hospital at this time. Still, I expected her to be too busy performing some kind of surgery or taking care of patients to come down and see us. Now that we had met, it was like we were playing a game of who could go the longest without moving. If it had been a game, I'm proud and embarrassed to say I won. Obito. Rin flew across the distance between us, colliding into me with enough force to knock the breath from my lungs. She also might have broken a rib, so it was a good thing she was a medic, 'cause I was gonna need healing if that was the case. The pain quickly disappeared though, instead replaced by the warm sensation of the tight embrace she now held me in. I missed you so much. Her soft voice tickled my ears, sending shivers down my spine. In a moment that was both forever and not long enough, she finally took a step back, but to my relief not too far. When did you get back? She asked. Her smile was absolutely radiant. Just now. I responded, surprised my voice worked at all. This is actually the first place we came. I tried to introduce Naruto to him so Obito could take over his training. Kakashi said, thankfully taking over the talking for me. It didn't go well. As you probably heard, he stormed out of here, refusing to take a new teacher. I see. Rin said, nodding several times. She then pumped both fists and smiled brightly at us. Leave it to me. I'll talk some sense into him. I opened my mouth to tell her that wasn't necessary when she suddenly took my wrapped right hand in both of hers. Come by our place for dinner tonight. I'll properly reintroduce the two of you then. That's a relief. Kakashi didn't even wait for me to respond, starting to leave us behind as he moved deeper into the hospital. I'm gonna go take Sasuke now then, if that's okay. Not good to keep him in one place for too long. So Sasuke had been here too? This was news to me. Although it made sense if one of the Sannin had been the one to attack him, so it wasn't exactly shocking information. I still don't agree with this. Rin called after him in vain. He needs to heal properly before you take him. The extent of his injuries couldn't have been minor, so he really shouldn't be moving if Rin was the one saying it. Kakashi was also right, however, you could never be too careful if that snake was involved. Yeah. Kakashi responded in that way that said he didn't actually care. Anyways, see you later, Obito. Sorry we don't have time to hang out, but as you can imagine I'm gonna be pretty busy. He didn't even turn around as he said goodbye to me, possibly for the next month. Despite this being the first time we saw each other in years. Just the way I liked it. Catch you when this is all over. I called back. He held up a lone hand over his shoulder. Then he was gone, disappearing around the corner. Geez, Rin placed both hands on her hips and huffed. Just when we were finally all together again. Well, that's pretty typical Kakashi. Just as fast as she got worked up, her shoulders relaxed and she spun back to me. So you're coming by for dinner, right? It's been so long. You have to tell me everything. Well, everything you can. Knowing Jiraiya-sama, I bet a lot of it is classified. She once again looked up at me, the expectations on her face blinding and in her voice deafening. Yeah, about that. I didn't have the guts to look her in the eye, averting my gaze to the floor. I need to report to my clan, you know? I might not have the time tonight. It was a poor excuse, and I knew it. Part of me hoped she would let it go anyways. Instead, Rin's brown eyes once again entered my field of vision as she ducked down, grinning up at me in that cute way only she could. I'm not taking no for an answer. She stated resolutely. You're technically not even a part of the clan anymore, remember? She wasn't wrong per se. Although that was really more of a gray area at this point. While it was true, I had been banished after giving Kakashi one of my Sharingan eyes only to return from the dead several months later that had been under the old clan head. Once Itachi took charge, my relationship with the remaining members of the clan was what you would call better. It was more complicated than that, but better was really the only word for it. I'll see what I can do, okay? I sighed. For all I knew, the clan really was planning something that I was going to end up getting wrapped into. Some kind of Orochimaru countermeasures, for example. There weren't many of us left, so if one of us was targeted it was going to get very personal very quickly. The Uchiha clan wasn't exactly known for being the most forgiving in the village. Yes. Rin jumped back, pumping her fists. It's a promise. Just you wait. I'll prepare your favorites and everything. You haven't had Konoha cooking in forever, right? And don't worry about Naruto, we'll bring him around to like you yet. Apparently she took my words as a definite, rather than the half-hearted rejection I intended them as. Still, I couldn't help the natural grin that split my face, finally getting the chance to see her beaming smile after all these years. Yeah, I closed my eye and nodded. I'm looking forward to it. At the very least, I don't think those words were a lie. It was just, the last time I made a promise to Rin, I hadn't exactly been able to keep it. After that, Rin had to return to work. I mentioned it earlier, but she was fairly important among the hospital staff, meaning she had quite a few responsibilities that couldn't be blown off just to catch up with me. So I left the hospital to allow her to properly attend to her duties. I also really hadn't been lying about going to see my clan, so that was the next thing I set out to do, making my way to the clan estate. The Uchiha compound used to be a whole district located within the village, numerous separate families all living together as a single clan. Now, it was just a single large, traditional-style home, tall white walls surrounding it. One might think going from an entire district to a single house was quite the downgrade, and they'd be right. There was only 6 of us left, however, so it was enough. With such small numbers and all being survivors of the tragedy that brought us to the brink, you would assume that made us a rather close-knit bunch. For the others, that was probably true, but for me it was a little different. Rin brought it up earlier, but I'd been banished from the clan once before. While I don't think any of the current clan really cared much about that anymore, it still felt awkward for me to enter. Almost like I was trespassing where I shouldn't. That was the feeling I always got when I came back here. Which is why I usually found myself loitering outside the front door, exactly as I was doing right now. Whenever this happened, there was always one person I could count on to come to my rescue. Ah, Nisan. You're back. Uchiha Izumi called out to me just as I had been debating about turning around and running away while I still had the chance. Izumi ran up to me from the side, her arms full of groceries, no doubt just now returning from a shopping trip. Thankfully, this served to save me from another rib-shattering hug tackle. Although I could tell she was considering dropping everything to do just that as she approached. Having been born a half-blood, a rather derogatory term for someone birthed between parents of Uchiha and outside ancestry, Izumi had been raised away from the clan during her early formative years. This meant all the bad rumors within the clan about me were things she wouldn't find out until after she had graduated and became a genin. By then, she and I had already formed a kind of sibling rapport, both of us Uchiha in a way outside the clan. She was a kind girl, then and even now. It wouldn't be underselling it to say if not for her, I very well might have been one of the casualties that fateful night our clan fell into ruin. Yo, Izumi. I raised my hand and she predictably ran under it, already anticipating the customary head pat I would give her as a greeting. Good to see you're energetic. I've got plenty of souvenirs for you from all the lands I've been to. Despite having not brought back so much as even a rucksack, what I said wasn't a lie. One of the perks of having access to an alternate space-time dimension was being able to travel light and yet still have access to anything I needed at any given time. Really? Izumi appeared to light up, although I couldn't help but wonder if she wasn't just humoring me. She was an adult now too, after all, and a jonin the same as me. I wouldn't be surprised if she had been to just as many countries as I had. Even if she was just playing along, I couldn't say I cared too much. Sometimes it was nice to just pretend we were younger again. You bet. Now here. Give me some of those, I'll help you take them inside. I took the majority of the bags from Izumi, their heavy weight dragging my arms down. Thanks, Nisan. Izumi allowed me to take them without complaint, stepping towards the compound to unlock the door and let us both in. It will be nice to have you around again. Don't get me wrong, I love Itachi and all, but everyone here is kinda dour, you know? One other thing I forgot to mention, but Izumi was currently dating the clan head, had been since before he even took the position. At this point, it was pretty much a guarantee she was going to become the clan matriarch one day. As we stepped inside the entranceway and then further into the house to put the groceries away, the two of us continued to make small talk. There wasn't really anything of note, just what she'd be doing until now, what countries I had been to. Mostly harmless chatter. Which in and of itself was worthy of note. For all the talk about ourselves and the clan, I noticed Izumi was tiptoeing around anything that had to do with Sasuke. Which was fine with me, as I wasn't exactly looking to jump straight into business so soon after just coming together for the first time in what felt like forever. It just also seemed unnatural to not have it brought up at all. Business had to come sooner or later, unfortunately, and as soon as we finished packing away the last cupboard, I sensed a new presence at the threshold of the room. Obito. Itachi greeted me plainly and without emotion. You would have thought he was stating a fact. My name is Obito. It was that kind of monotone, completely opposite of the welcoming affection towards someone you would call family. Itachi. I turned, inclining my head out of respect to him as the clan leader. Just as I sensed, he stood right at the boundary to the room, the door frame casting his upper half in a dark shadow, only his shins on downwards illuminated by the kitchen light. In the darkness, the blood red of his Sharingan was clearly visible, as if the eyes themselves were glowing. It was an intimidating presence, despite the age difference. Sorry for dropping by unannounced. I just returned to the village. Speaking formally was never a strong suit of mine. When I was a kid, I was too stubborn and brash to see the necessity. Now as an adult, I cursed my stubborn younger self. It's fine, Itachi said. He had yet to move from his spot, simply continuing to stare at us from the darkness. Your timing is quite well. I'm sure you already heard from Hokage Kakashi about our situation. So it would seem I wasn't getting out of this after all. Part of me had hoped that Izumi's silence on the topic was an indication that they planned to keep me out of whatever it was they were thinking behind the scenes. No such luck, of course. Yeah, I did. I admitted. There was no point in hiding anything. I get the feeling my return to the village at this time isn't much of a coincidence. Master Jiraiya is the one who called me back. We returned together. The blood red of Itachi's Sharingan vanished temporarily, the younger man closing his eyes as he contemplated my words. That is reassuring, he said. There was another moment's pause. I would appreciate it if we could discuss this in more detail. As a student of Jiraiya and Hokage Kakashi's friend, your input would be invaluable. It wasn't very often you heard the head of a clan asking one who had been formerly banished from that same clan for a favor. Hell, he would be within his rights to demand I give him all the information I had on the matter, and I would be in no position to refuse. That just went to show how desperate Itachi was about this whole thing. It was no surprise. I don't think there were any limits to what he would go through in order to protect his younger brother, Sasuke. The same cold-blooded Itachi who sacrificed his own father for the good of the village would turn around and throw that same village away if it meant his brother could be saved. In a way, it was no different than what I would do for Rin, which was why I made it as far as I had. So yeah, I understood Itachi and where he was coming from. Before I could answer, Izumi crossed the room and wrapped an arm through his waist. Come on, Itachi, she chided. Let's talk about this somewhere we can all be comfortable. Nisan has been on his feet all day. Itachi tilted his head to silently regard her. You're right, he said after several moments' pause. I apologize, even though I'm always telling you to analyze things coolly, I'm acting like this. Izumi smiled, accepting his apology for the both of us. She snaked a hand around the back of his neck and pulled his face down into the light, planting a quick kiss on his cheek before moving into the other room to prepare it for us. I followed after her. I'll help however I can, Itachi, I whispered just as I passed him. Sasuke is my family too. It might have been a trick of my imagination, but I could have sworn I heard him exhale sharply, as if chuckling underneath his breath. Almost definitely just my imagination. The main room of the Uchiha household was a large tatami layout, a single low rectangular table placed in the middle. Not really anything outside the ordinary for a clan as old as the Uchiha. All the same, I couldn't help but take in the atmosphere of such a room whenever I entered inside it. These kinds of rooms were rare outside of the Leaf, so being inside them carried a feeling of nostalgia for my early life, back when it was just me and my grandmother. I didn't get the opportunity to enjoy such a trip down memory lane, as two other people I hadn't been expecting were also inside the room. Izumi had already taken her place at the left side of the table, closest to the far end. She was pouring tea for all of us, completely unaware of the sudden hitch in my step. Located across from her was Uchiha Mikoto, Itachi's mother and the eldest surviving Uchiha clansman. Then to her right was Uchiha Shisui, Itachi's best friend. Mikoto-sama. I cleared my throat, taking a seat on the cushion next to Izumi, my official spot at the clan table. A steaming cup of tea was placed in front of me, but I ignored it for the moment. You have nothing to worry about in regards to your son. Kakashi is looking after him. I don't know why these were the first words I felt I had to tell her. Generally speaking, bringing up the copy ninja by name was never a good idea in this house. I just got so damn nervous whenever faced with the only Uchiha older than me. Not that she ever gave me a reason to. It's just old habits die hard, and you would probably be stressed too if faced with the widow of the man who banished you from your own clan. She smiled gently at me. Thank you, Obito, she said, before taking a sip from her own hot tea. It's good to see you. That hurdle cleared, my attention slipped briefly to Shisui. There were no words passed between us, just simple nods of acknowledgement. There wasn't time for more than that as Itachi took his seat at the head of the table. Minus Sasuke, and this was the entirety of the Uchiha clan. Even reduced to this, and I couldn't imagine why Orochimaru would dare make us into enemies. The power in this room alone could bring a small nation to its knees, and that wasn't hyperbole. His lust for jutsu and power must have truly driven him to madness. That was the only possible explanation. I think we can all agree, Orochimaru's objective is simple. Itachi kicked off this informal clan meeting by cutting right to the heart of the matter. He wants to obtain the Sharingan. For that reason, he's targeted my younger brother and marked him with some kind of cursed chakra. At the moment, we can't say what it is, but we should assume the end goal is in line with that objective. It would certainly be in character for the Snake Sannin to be targeting the Sharingan. It wouldn't be his first attempt either. There was just one thing slightly off about this. It's not enough for him to just take the Sharingan. Shisui spoke for the first time since I entered the room, his thoughts in line with my own. If it was, he would have done that in the Forest of Death when they first encountered him. As expected of the man with the greatest dojutsu ever produced by our clan. Shisui's analytical abilities were second to none. It was exactly as he said. Certainly, Orochimaru could pluck out the eyes and plant them in his own sockets, but even then the Sharingan would never truly be his. He could control it, yes, but there would be a limit to how far he could take the Sharingan's power. Kakashi was one example, who had my left eye. The toll for using it was incredibly taxing on his chakra, not to mention he was incapable of deactivating it at will, forcing him to always cover it up to keep from unnecessary chakra waste. There were just as many downsides as there were benefits to taking the Sharingan for yourself when you hadn't been born with it. So if not that, then what? Perhaps we should look to the past? Mikoto asked of us all, but it was clear no one knew what she was talking about. Her eyes settled on me, and I then had a pretty good idea what she was thinking. He once attempted to abduct Obito as well. Shortly after he was exiled from the clan. It was the failure in that abduction that led to his illegal experiment exposure in the first place and what ultimately got him banished from the village. What? Izumi half rose from her cushion, all three of the younger Uchiha now looking to me with varying levels of surprise. I guess it couldn't be helped that they didn't know. When that incident happened, they would have been quite young. Not to mention the rest of the clan didn't exactly talk about me, if it wasn't to warn the others not to turn out the way I did. Still, I got what Mikoto was saying, but I don't think we should look at these two incidents in the same light. I said. In my case, rather than the Sharingan, it had been this they were after. I indicated vaguely to the entire right side of my torso. None of them could see it with my clothes and the medical wraps covering my right arm down to the fingers, but they knew it was the pasty white flesh beneath that I was referring to. Who is they in this scenario? Itachi asked, immediately catching my slip of the tongue. I really couldn't afford to drop my guard around these guys, own clan or not. Oh well, it's not like this was information I was trying to hide, and they would understand immediately when I said it. Orochimaru was working together with Danzo at that time. I said. If it was possible, the temperature of the room dropped a couple degrees at the vocalization of that second name. There wasn't enough to convict him of anything when it happened, but as you know, he was after the Sharingan himself, and they both thought the cells in my right arm might hold the key to helping them control it. I looked purposefully at Shisui, who held my gaze steadily. He knew more than anyone what Danzo had been capable of and how far he would go to achieve his desires. All of this being in the past tense, of course. It's probably safe to say he's not involved anymore. That's right, Danzo was dead. Executed on account that he was the one held primarily responsible for the Uchiha incident in which he mobilized his personal secret military, the Root, to wipe us all out. Danzo himself had personally attempted to start it by going after Shisui first. Meanwhile, I had never really quit keeping tabs on him after he and Orochimaru had teamed up to rip my new flesh from me. So by some miracle I managed to catch wind of what he was planning and had been able to save Shisui. Then the two of us working together were able to warn Izumi and Itachi in time, but we were too late to stop it and save everyone else. If not for Itachi's quick thinking and that powerful love he had for his brother motivating him, Mikoto and Sasuke would have died too. After that, Itachi, Izumi, Shisui and I more or less wiped out all of Root that same night before taking Danzo and alive for public execution. So like I said, it wasn't a good idea to make us your enemy. Orochimaru knew all this and yet he made a move on us anyway. What's more, targeting the weakest of us and the clan head's beloved younger brother. He must be really confident in whatever he had planned. I think. Shisui leaned forward, now directing his full attention to Itachi. We should consider that this might be larger than just our clan. Orochimaru's ambitions and hatred are deeper than we can imagine. Sasuke might just be a means to an end or a smaller piece in a bigger picture. This was probably the harsh reality of the situation and not one Itachi could see easily. Sasuke was his world, so it was probably hard for him to imagine that Sasuke wasn't also the centerpiece in whatever plan it was Orochimaru was cooking up. Thankfully Shisui was the one to say it and not me. Itachi sighed, but nevertheless nodded in acceptance to Shisui's words. Then what we need to consider next is to what ends he would seek to use the Sharingan for. Something he wouldn't be able to do with it without complete mastery. If it's bigger than us, the next most obvious thing would be the leaf itself. So what's big enough to take down the whole village? The moment those words left his mouth and all eyes again turned to me. The Ninetales. I cursed under my breath. The most powerful force on the planet were nine-tailed beasts, each one of them the size of a small mountain. At least, they were that large when not stored inside a human Jinchuriki host. In order to properly tame such power, equally powerful eyes were required. Like what happened that night over a decade ago when the nine-tailed demon fox rampaged across the village. If Orochimaru was attempting to replicate that, we were in deeper trouble than I imagined. This also meant it wasn't just Sasuke being targeted, but you guessed it. Uzumaki Naruto. The current Jinchuriki of the Ninetales, and wouldn't you know it, the kid I had just tried to get out of having to babysit. I had a feeling I was just about to lose my best excuse too. Are you still close with the Three Tails Jinchuriki? Itachi asked. Thing is, Naruto wasn't the only host of a tailed beast in the village. Whereas he had been Ninetales' host from birth, however, Rin didn't become a Jinchuriki until during the last war, when we were Chunin ninja. It was one of the reasons it had been so hard for her to legally become his guardian, as several of the higher-ups in the village weren't comfortable with two weapons of mass destruction living together. Izumi chuckled, answering for me. Nisan is still close to her all right, if you know what I mean. She held up her pinky finger, grin splitting her face from ear to ear. We are not like that, I rebutted, trying and failing to cool my warming cheeks. It wasn't just Izumi, but Makoto was stifling her own giggles, and Shisui eyed me dubiously, not at all buying my rebuttal. Itachi was the only one to not break character. You are still in contact with her, however? He clarified. You're the best one we can ask to keep an eye on her, not to mention the case of Uzumaki Naruto. There it was, almost like some greater power was trying to push me closer to him despite my wishes. Anyways, my relationship to Rin aside, Kakashi asked me to take over training Naruto today. So if I must, I suppose I could do that in order to better keep an eye on him. I didn't exactly like being forced into volunteering myself for this task, but if it would get Izumi to drop her teasing for the moment, it was a small price to pay. Itachi nodded. Good. There's still a lot of information we are lacking, but for now it is important to cover all our bases. We'll leave that to you, and trusting Sasuke in the hands of Hatake Kakashi is probably the best course of action at the moment. It must have taken a lot for him to admit that, but it really was the best course of action. Hiding Sasuke within the clan would be the obvious move, and right now it was best to try and not be predictable, especially where Orochimaru was concerned, something which Itachi understood well. As for me, I had expected that by coming here I would manage to find an excuse to get out of training Naruto. Instead, I was going to be leaving here having locked myself into it. Damn it. What's more, it was looking more and more like I was careening into a collision course with Orochimaru. I guess that means I should go talk to Anko-chan then? Izumi asked, temporarily dropping her teasing smile as she made a serious suggestion. Anko had once been a student of Orochimaru before his defection. That would be good. Thank you. Itachi nodded. He had said it earlier, but we as a clan didn't have a lot of information on what Sasuke had been marked with. However, just because we didn't know anything, didn't also mean the village was without answers. Anko had been marked with some kind of seal by Orochimaru in the past as well. Whether or not it was entirely the same thing or simply a prototype, none of us could say. But it was imperative we followed up on every lead we had. Anyways, all those other leads would be up to the rest of the clan. My role in all this had already been decided. I think that should be enough for now, Itachi. Makoto stood up, bringing an official end to our emergency gathering. It's getting late. Izumi and I will prepare dinner. She then looked at me. Will you be joining us tonight? That right there was the million-real question. I really had been trying to get out of my dinner with Rin earlier, but now that I had an obligation to take on Naruto's training, it was harder to justify not going over. Not to mention the guilt that pinched my heart whenever I remembered Rin's excited smile as she planned our evening together. Sorry, I actually promised Rin already to eat with her and Naruto. I inclined my head towards Makoto, also not feeling good about turning down her offer either. When I looked back up though, she had a warm smile. Still in contact indeed, I see. She said, subtle mirth tainting her tone. Feel free to return at any point. Itachi could at least be counted on to not give me a hard time about anything. He walked around the side of the table and extended a hand. We will have your room prepared before tonight. So if you have no other arrangements, please don't hold back and stay with us. I took his hand, allowing him to hoist me to my feet before giving a firm shake. Thank you, I said. There had been a lot of anxiety about coming here, but ever since Itachi had become the clan head, he never did anything but try and make me feel welcome back into the clan. Small though it may be now. It was my fault things had gotten to this point. There were so many things I could have done differently that might have been able to prevent that. Which is why I always felt so guilty about the kindness he gave me. It was far more than someone like me deserved, after all. Interlude. The third Hokage took a long drag on his pipe, taking comfort in the slight high granted by the nicotine. You're late, Jiraiya. Hiruzen removed the pipe from his mouth to speak, eyes drifting down to his former student. The Toad Sage leaned on the wall on the opposite end of the office, arms crossed and eyes closed as if to fake sleep. It might have been convincing if not for the large, lecherous grin on his face. My bad. Jiraiya apologized, although there was no real honesty behind the words. Couldn't help myself, you know? The ladies of Konoha really are a different breed. Before I knew it, I found myself ensnared by their lovely charms. This was exactly why Hiruzen smoked, he decided. Did you at least bring the report I asked for? He was too exhausted to play along with Jiraiya's games at the moment. Lately, he'd become more and more tired. It wasn't easy to be Hokage at his age, and the strain of the role was beginning to take its toll on his old bones. He really needed to retire. Which is exactly why Jiraiya's report was so important. Right here, old man. Jiraiya reached into the folds of his kimono and pulled out a small scroll. With a flick of the wrist and aim that could only be achieved with years of practice, he lobbed the scroll right into Hiruzen's outstretched palm. Everything I've taught Uchiha Obito over the past 5 years. All his abilities, credentials, and accomplishments. Just like you asked. Hiruzen nodded, placing the scroll on the desk, but not bothering to open it for the time being. There would be time to go through it later. Perhaps under the natural light of day. For now, he would just ask. And? In your opinion, what do you think? Jiraiya was silent for several seconds, no doubt contemplating how best to answer. Frankly speaking, his capabilities make him more than ready enough for the role of Hokage. Even just ignoring his accomplishments in the field and the amazing ability of his Mangekyo Sharingan, his decision-making is already Kage level. Having experienced the Ninetales attack and Uchiha incident has forced him to face the darkness of the shinobi world, and it's honed his senses. He's more than capable of making tough decisions under extreme pressure. There was a pause. But Hiruzen could tell there was more, but for some reason Jiraiya was reluctant to say it. Those same events that have made him an excellent shinobi have also broken his spirit. Jiraiya said with a scruff. The Obito that wants to become Hokage is still in there somewhere. I've seen it from time to time, it's just buried under a mountain of guilt. Well, that was pretty typical. The problem was almost never finding someone powerful enough to take on the mantle of Hokage. It was finding someone willing to do the role that was always his problem. As many young students as there were at the academy who professed their dream was one day to become the Hokage, so very few of them ever held onto the dream to the end. You either lived long enough to realize you didn't want to become Hokage, or died before you could give up. Hiruzen had once hoped Jiraiya would take the job, but his student had been the first to turn him down. Perhaps it was out of feelings of guilt for that in which Jiraiya was so motivated to find the next replacement. At first, Obito had seemed like such a surefire thing too. He was a student of the 4th Hokage, and the passion for the position had been there. He was even one of the rare Uchiha to carry the first Hokage's will of fire. Is there nothing to be done about it? Hiruzen wondered aloud. If it's possible, I would like to retire after the conclusion to these Chunin exams. I've done this for a long time now, and knowing I was able to put someone young and that can handle the job for a long time in charge might help me finally rest in peace. Come on, Sensei. Despite his earlier misgivings, Jiraiya's usually cocky grin had returned. You don't think I came back to the village to just give you bad news, do you? It's not like I'm completely without a couple ideas on how to handle this. The first one should already be in motion as we speak. He pushed off the wall, ambling slowly over towards the Hokage's desk. Oh? And what kind of ideas do you have in mind? Hiruzen asked, just hoping it didn't have anything to do with women. Jiraiya silently walked past his teacher, coming to the window sill and leaning against it to look outside. I sent a message to Kakashi just before we arrived. He agreed to help us out with our little problem. While he's focusing on Sasuke, Obito is gonna be stuck training Naruto for the next month. He said. Naruto? Hiruzen's eyes widened and an involuntary smirk crossed his lips. I see, that just might be the thing Obito needs. He would admit it, as far as plans went this one wasn't bad. Naruto was practically a mirror image of young Obito. Maybe by spending time with his old self again, it would help to reawaken that spark in Obito that had nearly been extinguished. A way to rekindle his will of fire and give him the confidence to once again reach for the mantle of Hokage. Interlude end. For the second time today, I found myself loitering outside the door to someone's home. Unlike the large, traditional-style house of the Uchiha clan, Rin lived at the top floor in a relatively small, but modern apartment building located near the hospital where she worked. She probably could have afforded to move into a larger place, but raising Naruto as a sort of single mother hadn't exactly left her with a surplus of cash, despite the cushy position she currently occupied. I also don't think she was unhappy with the current living arrangement, and I never heard her complain about it. This was actually the first time I had ever been here in person. Rin and Naruto had moved in together shortly after she was granted official guardianship, something that wouldn't happen until after I already set out on my journey with Jiraiya. Which just made it all the harder for me to muster up the courage and knock on the door. And unlike at the Uchiha mansion, Izumi wasn't going to come popping out to save me the trouble. Yet I couldn't stand here forever. Not seeing much of the choice, I knocked on the door with 3 loud taps. There was no time to regret the decision, an immediate loud commotion occurring on the other side, someone scrambling to get to the door as quickly as possible. A second later and it was thrown wide open, Naruto's face thrusting outside and glaring up at me. There was a several moment silence where we just stared at one another, as if we had both frozen in place. Ah! It's you! Apparently it took him that amount of time to recognize me. Now that he had, I found myself accosted by an accusatory finger poking into the center of my chest. I thought I already told you I wasn't interested, Mr. He paused again, fingers slowly lowering as he crossed his arms and took an exaggerated thinking stance. What the heck was your name again? Definitely his mother's kid, all right. Obito. I answered. Uchiha Obito. It wasn't typical that I gave out my family name. In the village you were generally met with skepticism, if not suspicion, when they found out such information. Outside of the leaf, and it was outright hostility. However, I had a feeling that with Naruto it would help speed things along. Uchiha? My hunch appeared to pay off, Naruto taking the bait and finally lowering his guard. Not much, mind you, but at the very least his former aggressiveness gave way to weary curiosity. You related to Sasuke then? Seeing how there weren't exactly too many Uchiha, it was probably safe to say that was indeed the case. I kept that snarky comment to myself, giving a soft smile and nodding instead. Had to at least try to play nice. That's right. You could say I'm like something of an uncle to him. It was a little more complicated than that, of course. It wasn't entirely inaccurate either. Izumi viewed me as a kind of big brother figure, and she was practically married to Itachi at this point. Which in a way made Sasuke and I closer to being brothers than anything, but only if you really stretched the logic. Well, I never heard of you. Naruto yelled. He then crossed his arms and turned his nose at me. Ignoring the fact that Sasuke never talked about me, I used to play with this kid in the park together with Rin. We'd freaking met before, and more than once. He had been a little kid at the time, so as far as excuses went for why he wouldn't remember, he had a solid one. Didn't make my urge to want to suddenly throttle him any less. Before I could do just that, Rin came around the corner. Obito. I was wondering when you would show up. Come in, I just finished cooking. Between the towel she was using to dry her hands and the pink apron she had on, Rin really did give off the image of a maternal figure. It was an image I just couldn't shake out of my head, rooting me in place as I stared at her like some sort of creep. Fortunately for me, Naruto was there to snap me out of it. "What?" he yelled, probably at the top of his lungs. I felt a sudden pity for any neighbors they had. "Nei-chan, you know this geezer?" Again with the geezer comment. I wasn't that old, damn it. Rin held a hand to her mouth, trying and failing to stifle a giggle. "You don't remember Obito? He used to play with us all the time." This caused Naruto to double take, his blue eyes steadying my face for what really might have been the first time. It was uncomfortable, to be honest. People rarely had the stomach to stare at my scared facial features for any extended amount of time, but that in itself was a blessing. They say scars are a shinobi's pride, but I rarely felt that way about my own. Naruto didn't seem to care at all. If anything, it felt more like he was attempting to look into my soul, not my external characteristics. "I guess you do look kind of familiar." He relented, but I really wasn't so sure he was being honest. Again, it was kinda hard to forget my face. Most people didn't just kinda remember someone that had once had half their head smashed in by a rock. It was probably fair to say Naruto also wasn't most people. Anyways, don't just stand at the door. Rin gestured me further inside. "We can take time to catch up over dinner. Go set the table for us, Naruto," she said. He verbalized his agreement, before finally dashing off into the apartment and allowing me to enter. "Sorry for dropping by after I said I wouldn't," I said, taking my shoes off and moving deeper into their place. The aroma of Rin's home cooking battered my nostrils and caused my mouth to water. It would seem she really did cook all my favorites. Rin simply shook her head. "I knew you would show up," she declared confidently. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. It might not be an exaggeration to say she knew me better than I knew myself, with the only exception being the feelings I harbored towards her. "How did the business with your clan go?" she asked. "Yeah." I couldn't help but rub the back of my head awkwardly. Turns out, they have an interest in keeping a protective eye on Naruto themselves, so here I am, I said. There was a brief flash of worry across Rin's face, but it disappeared so fast I almost failed to catch it. Sending someone to check on the Jinchuriki likely wasn't new to her. She'd dealt with it personally for a long time now. All the same, it was never good news when a specific clan took interest in them. The only reason I could be this upfront about it was because it's Rin. "Orochimaru?" she asked, her voice low enough Naruto couldn't possibly hear. I nodded, no need to provide further information than that. Rin already knew about Sasuke, after all. There were enough pieces there for her to be able to put everything together even without me spelling it out. It was bad news all around. Yet despite that, she was somehow able to give a victorious smirk. The heck? And here I thought I was gonna need to convince both of you into hanging out together. With that matter settled, I leave Naruto in your care, Obito. She gloated, dropping my name syllable at a time. Not a very gracious winner, if I said so myself. Whatever, I clicked my teeth. It just happens to be what works out for everyone. That's all, no need to make a big deal out of it. Probably fair to say I wasn't exactly a good loser either. A fact that had gotten me into all kinds of trouble as a kid and something she knew all too well. Big deal out of what? Naruto asked. The two of us having already made it into the small combined dining kitchen area where Naruto was just finishing setting the plates for us. He took his seat, eyes never leaving me the whole time, even going as far to trace me all the way to when I sat down across from him. It was Rin that answered. Kakashi told you about it earlier, right? Obito here is going to take over your training until your final exam. She sat down next to me, ignoring the sour face he made. She picked up her chopsticks and the two of us did the same. Saying a quick thanks for the food, we all began to dig in. "You any good?" Naruto asked between gulps of food, practically a vacuum cleaner with the speed and suction in which he inhaled it. It was hard to tell if he was pouting or just really that engrossed in eating. Probably a little of both. At the very least, he seemed more open to the idea of allowing me to teach him now. Obito is a jonin of the village, you know, and a protege under one of the Sannin. Rin, in contrast, slowly picked at her food, seeming to savor every bite and only speaking after she had finished chewing. It was honestly amazing how two vastly different styles of eating could coexist under the same roof. What's more, he used to be on the same team as Kakashi and I, under your father. These words finally got him to stop gorging out, at least long enough to look me up and down once again. "No kidding?" he asked. "Now that I think about it, you said your last name was Uchiha? That means you got the same Sharingan as Sasuke and Kakashi Sensei?" It would appear he was at least somewhat quick on the uptake, at least as far as my clan's dojutsu was concerned. Still, what a loaded question. I ended up glancing at Rin, but she simply nodded at me as if telling me it was okay to let him know. I put my chopsticks down, taking a break from my own food to speak. "Your choice of words is funny, even if unintentional." Raising my hand, I placed several fingers very purposefully just below my closed left eye. "You could say Kakashi, and I have the exact same Sharingan. Two of a kind." Naruto's eyes widened, mouth falling open, and he grew silent for the first time that I ever met him. It didn't last long, a feral grin suddenly taking place, and he let out an ecstatic giggle. Say. When Kakashi-sensei said earlier that you were stronger than him, was that what he meant?" he asked. Now that I thought about it, Kakashi had said something like that. I don't think he was talking about the levels of our Sharingan or because I was the original owner of his eye or anything like that, but I could easily see how Naruto would have come to interpret it that way. Still, I wasn't about to let the opportunity pass, not when I finally had a chance to appear better than Kakashi. I smiled, enjoying the sense of satisfaction. That's right. That's exactly what he meant. No sooner did those words leave my mouth than I made the mistake of glancing at Rin. She was grinning in my direction, enjoying the short banter between Naruto and I. My face turning red, I returned my focus to the food. Naruto didn't appear to notice or care, instead clapping his hands together in appreciation for the food he just ate. "Okay. It's decided then, I'll let you show me a thing or two after all," he declared. Somehow I got the feeling it was supposed to be the other way around. All the same, I was just gonna let it be. Things would proceed more smoothly if we were both on the same page and in agreement to working together. The way we got to that agreement didn't really matter. Hey. Although it would appear Naruto was already moving on to a different topic. What kind of teacher was my dad like? Wasn't he totally awesome? Minato-sensei, I asked, pausing momentarily. Just saying his name caused a piercing pain in my heart and I nearly dropped my chopsticks. It took all my willpower not to allow that anguish to show on my face. This whole time and looking at Naruto alone was enough to bring back all the memories of my time as his father's subordinate. Which is why I had been maintaining my guard until now, doing anything I could not to think about it. Yeah. Naruto was oblivious as always, getting up from his chair and running to the window. I knew where he was looking without even having to think about it, the Hokage monument. Of course, I've heard all about him from Nechan, but how to say, it's just not enough, you know? Oh, I knew all right. Like Naruto, I grew up not knowing either of my parents. So I understood more than anyone how big that gaping hole had been in his life, how big it still was. And to know I was the who to cause that hole was almost too much to bear. My dream is to one day become the Hokage just like him, you know. he proclaimed, spinning back to me and flashing the most genuine, blinding smile I had ever seen in my life. Actually, I'm gonna become a Hokage even greater than him. I was speechless. How could I possibly say anything to such a proclamation? What even was I supposed to say considering everything? How nostalgic. Rin said, giggling as she watched Naruto's antics with warm eyes. I remember when you used to say the same things all the time, Obito. You and Minato Sensei used to get so fired up talking about what the two of you would do after you became Hokage. This statement immediately caught Naruto's attention. You want to be Hokage too? He asked, and suddenly it felt like the way he was looking at me had somehow changed. There was no perceptible difference, but something in the air around him shifted. Almost as if he had just acknowledged me in some way. I had to tell him he was wrong. That the person Rin was remembering was already dead and gone. The me that wanted to become Hokage had died the same day as Minato Sensei had, my dream disappearing along with the man that had been able to accomplish it. Yet I couldn't do it. How could I? I had already taken so much from Naruto, how was I possibly supposed to tell him to give up on his dream too? That settles it then, Naruto nodded, coming to some conclusion while I internally struggled with what to say to him. From here on out, you're Obito-senpai. Senpai? Rin and I asked at the same time, neither of us seeing where this was suddenly coming from. Yeah. Naruto continued to nod as if it was obvious. I've been debating what to call you this whole time, you know. Just referring to you as you is kinda a pain in the ass. However, you're not really my teacher, that's still Kakashi-sensei's job, even if he is kinda dropping the ball on that one. Nechan is my family, but I only just met you so it'd be weird to call you like a brother. Just now I figured it out though, you're just like me. My senior who shares the same dream of becoming Hokage. That's why you're Obito-senpai. Rin clapped her hands together, whole body practically vibrating with some barely contained emotion. Wonderful! She shouted, jumping up from her chair and running to give Naruto a hug. You really do know how to say wonderful things sometimes, Naruto. She continued to praise him, ignoring the fact he was now trying to escape. Nechan. Stop it. You're embarrassing me, you know. He shouted. Despite the fact that stuff he just went off about was way more embarrassing than what he was being subjected to now. How stupid. Calling me his senior for something as trivial as having once shared the same dream. Never mind that he thought it was something I was still capable of aiming for. Again, I found myself wanting to yell at him, telling him to not be so naive. To tell Rin to stop encouraging his nonsense. Yet I couldn't also help but feel jealous. There was once a time I was able to shout out such things without a care in the world. And Rin would be there to tell me to do my best, Minato Sensei was there to walk that same path beside me, and even Kakashi was there to push me to better myself. I may have been just as idiotic back then as Naruto is now, but at least I didn't hate myself the way I had come to. If I could change anything, it would be that. I didn't need to reach for the mantle of Hokage again. But, and even if just a little, I wanted to like myself a little more. It was decided that I would be allowed to start training Naruto 2 days after that dinner I had with him and Rin. He, of course, wanted to start immediately. Hell, he wanted to go out right that same night. Naturally, Rin was going to have none of it and commanded he rest for the next couple days to properly recover his stamina. Apparently, he had been in the Forest of Death for 5 nights straight, on top of having to fight a rather intense preliminary match right after. Not to mention, if he was on Sasuke's team, he had also likely been involved in the conflict against Orochimaru himself. Frankly speaking, it was amazing he had been as energetic as he was when we met. There was no winning against Rin, however. Especially not when it came to matters of health and well-being. It's not like she would ever physically lash out at you or anything violent like that, although she wasn't above tightening your bandages a little too much if you ticked her off. It was just more of a pressure and that terrifying sense of disappointment she would exude that made you not want to end up on her bad side. Naruto apparently wasn't immune to these things either, and in the end he relented to her will, not much unlike how I used to do. Although he certainly put up more of a fight than I ever had. Regardless, it worked out well for me as I had a lot of things to figure out before I could just jump right into teaching him. I had never had an apprentice or any kind of students before, so I wasn't exactly sure where to start. At first, I tried reaching out to Master Jiraiya to get some kind of insight on what he thought would be best, but no response ever came to any of my messages. So that was a dead end. Instead, I tried thinking about the way he had been training me, as well as what methods Minato Sensei would utilize to best help me learn. Like it or not, but even I couldn't deny the incredible similarity between my past self and the current Naruto. It was damn uncanny, but it also meant I had a kind of basis to go about in how to properly instruct him. The same things that worked for me should theoretically work for him, after all. So it wasn't like I was completely out of ideas and what way to best start. The next thing to do was find a place to train him. It had to be both somewhere private enough that people wouldn't just stumble upon us, and it had to serve as a place I could protect him in case someone seeking him harm came after us. When I ended up phrasing it like that, only one place immediately came to mind. Too bad it happened to be a place in which I had a rather complicated past with. It also wasn't somewhere I could just use without permission. So before that, I first had to speak with Itachi about it. I suppose some part of me had been hoping he would reject my request, giving me an excuse to have to look for another place. Instead, he readily gave me the permission I needed, going so far as to say he thought it was a good idea that I use that place to train Naruto, an outsider no less. With that excuse gone to me now too, there was really nothing left in the way of training Naruto. So begin our training was about to. The heck is this place, Obito-senpai? Naruto asked, eyeing the rundown gates in front of us almost wearily. He had actually been pretty excited up until about now. The thrill of finally getting to start his training was so great I thought he might just start attacking me on the spot when I went to pick up from Rin's place this morning. As expected, even that excitement couldn't win out against the heavy atmosphere surrounding the old Uchiha district. It's where I grew up, I answered, walking up the broken wooden gate and placing a hand against the splintered wood. Sasuke would have lived here too, up until, well, I paused, not seeing the need to say anything further than that. Glancing over, I saw the realization slowly begin to dawn on Naruto's face. Even he wasn't ignorant of the Uchiha incident, despite being rather young when it would have happened. Why would we come to a place like this? He shouted, face suddenly going pale and biting at his nails. Isn't it like, totally haunted? I don't want to meet any ghosts, you know. For a moment I thought about telling him to grow up and not be such a superstitious child, but looking at him just happened to remind me of the moment I thought I actually met the Grim Reaper. I hadn't been much older than him at the time. So really I couldn't badmouth him despite wanting to. Come on, Naruto. Instead, I just pressed further inwards. You never know, fighting a ghost might turn out to be good training. Okay, so maybe I couldn't resist poking fun a little. Still, if there was ever a place for a haunting, this was most certainly it. Even I couldn't shake off the slight chill that went down my spine as we moved deeper and deeper into the compound. Naruto's chattering teeth behind me did nothing to lessen the effect. The entire multi-block district had turned into a war zone that night. Members of Root and the Uchiha clan killing one another in droves. Even the civilian members of the clan weren't spared. Murdered just because they had a drop of the same blood coursing through their veins. Old folks, women, children alike. It was indiscriminate and to most appeared as an unprovoked massacre. Even most of the trained shinobi from within the clan hadn't stood a chance. The Root had struck them first and without warning, catching many of them off guard. By the time any kind of counterattack could be mounted, too many had been killed and left them outnumbered. It was only afterwards that I arrived, and together with Izumi, Shisui, and Itachi wiped out the remaining root intruders. Walking through the streets now, and I could picture the bodies exactly where they had been. The scars from the battle were still everywhere. Many of the homes were damaged, some burned down, weeds overgrowing them all. If you looked inside the still-standing structures, you could see discarded weapons left over from the conflict and pitch-black stains that had once been spilled blood of the innocent. Even after all this time, it was still there. The district had been closed down after the attack, and no one ever came here anymore, leaving it in the exact same state it had been, only the elements themselves altering things ever so slightly over time. For the most part, one just tried to keep my eyes forward, not looking at any of the things around me. As I had been afraid of, the complicated memories here were still too fresh. This had been the final nail in the coffin for me and my dream of one day becoming Hokage. Not long after was when I went on my trip with Master Jiraiya. My pace hastened, just trying to get us out from the living quarters for the time being. An act Naruto seemed to appreciate as he kept just behind me, one hand having gripped the hem of my jacket. Finally, we reached my intended destination. The Uchiha district had been split into what you would call two halves. Separating them was a river, only a single bridge connecting the opposite halves to one another. It was at this bridge in which I intended to conduct our training. The river itself was wide and deep, the surface about 10 meters below ground level. Tall brick walls on either side determined the flow. The bridge was a wooden ramp-like structure, traditional Uchiha railing on either side giving it an ancient, but grand feeling. "Okay, Naruto," I spoke, shaking him from his nervous stupor. "You and I are going to spar for a little right here." I made my way to the middle of the bridge, leaving him at the dirt path still leading up to it. "Spar?" he asked, raising his voice to be heard. I nodded. "Kakashi asked me to reinforce your basics, but that in and of itself is rather broad. To better understand exactly what it is you're lagging behind in, I need to assess you for myself. Rather than asking you, it will just be faster to go against one another in combat. I should be able to learn all I need to know that way." Once I was standing in the middle of the bridge, I unzipped my blue jacket halfway down, exposing the chainmail fishnet of my underarmor. "The heck you doing?" Naruto yelled, clearly distressed that I now appeared to be stripping. He went silent though after I slipped the right side of my jacket down, pulling my arm out from the sleeve. I was a fairly pale guy, had been all my life. The natural color of my skin, though, could never possibly be compared to the pure snow white of the artificial flesh composing my entire right torso and arm. "I'm just preparing my jutsu is all, no need to worry." I flashed through 3 quick seals, holding my hands in the snake seal position as I unleashed the jutsu. Moku Bunshin no Jutsu. From the white flesh of my arm, wood suddenly sprouted and grew off of me. In a matter of seconds it took the shape of me, forming a perfect clone that even took my color before detaching completely. It stood by my side, placing a hand on his hip and smirking at me. "Whoa! That's awesome, a wood clone." Naruto started jumping around, eyes practically sparkling. "Teach it to me, teach it to me. I so want to be able to make wood clones too." My clone and I each shook our heads simultaneously. "Unfortunately for you, I'm the only shinobi in the village able to use the wood style after the first Hokage himself," I said, rolling the shoulder from which the wood had just come from for emphasis. "You could think of it as a consolation for being cursed with this flesh." Maybe it was a little bit of an exaggeration to refer to the hunk of cells keeping me alive as cursed, but when I thought about where it came from, it was hard not to speak about it as such. "No kidding?" Naruto tried to look like it didn't bother him too much, putting his hands behind his head and kicking at the dirt on the road. "Whatever, I didn't really want to learn it anyways. Anyone can make a clone or two, doesn't really have to be wood." While he continued to pout, the real me walked over to the side of the bridge and began to lean on the railing. "Whenever you're ready, Naruto, you can attack my clone at any time," I instructed, my Sharingan activating and my clone doing the same. The intimidating red iris seemed to get Naruto's attention more than my words did. If I thought he was nervous about having to go up against me, it only seemed to last for a moment, before he pointed an accusatory finger at the real me. "You looking down on me?" he shouted, stomping his foot on the ground like a kid throwing a tantrum. "I can take a stupid clone no problem, you know." His words caused me and my clone to sigh at the same time. I nodded at him to take over, not feeling like being the one to explain it myself. Wood clones are more sturdy than your standard elemental or shadow clones, Naruto. It's why I go through the effort of using the extra chakra required to create one, my clone said. Also, this way allows me to watch you fight both as an observer and a combatant. When I dispel, the real me will have my experience along with his own observations to put together a more complete picture. This is for your benefit. After the explanation, Naruto at least had the decency to look sheepish. That so? My bad. Sorry about that. I guess I'm just so used to people looking down on me all the time, you know. It was unfortunately something I knew all too well. People always look down on the loudmouthed, goofier kids in the class. They never really stopped to think why that kid might be acting out or that when he messed up, it might be better to help him, not just laugh at their mistakes. I could only imagine how much worse this had all been for Naruto, who was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki on top of this. "It's fine," I said. There was nothing I could do to fix his past now. For the time being, I was just responsible for training him over this next month. Come at my clone with everything you have. Once I have a good idea of your abilities, we can talk about what to work on. You got it, Obito-senpai. Naruto threw his hands together, forming a cross seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. In a single instant, he created several dozen shadow clones. As in, beings with real mass and all the chakra it required to create them. Despite this, he didn't even look like he broke a sweat. I know I said not to hold back, but I didn't expect this. My clone deadpanned, but I was also curious about something else. Where did you even learn such a jutsu? I called out before he could attack. Huh? Naruto looked surprised by the sudden question, having been on the verge of charging just before it. Oh, Nechan taught it to me. He then said as if it was obvious. Rin did. My clone and I exclaimed together. I didn't even know she had the chakra reserves to perform such a technique, but now that I think about it, if she utilized the Three Tails chakra, it probably wouldn't be too difficult a feat for her to accomplish either. That all you wanted? Naruto asked impatiently. Can we begin now? In response to his question, I looked at my clone who smirked back at me. Mokuton, cutting sprig jutsu. My clone flew through the seals, before then producing a spear of wood from his zetsu cells. He held that spear up like one might a kunai. Jump him. Naruto's clones took that as the signal to begin. A dozen of them broke away from the pack, leaving the rest to stay back and observe. They all drew kunai, the couple in the front also lobbing a handful of shuriken. My clone could use the power of my Mangekyo Sharingan to easily dodge the shuriken, but relying on such a power would defeat the purpose of this training. I needed to test out Naruto's abilities, which meant some degree of offense was going to be required. And showing that ability too early might change the way Naruto tried to handle the fight, which was no good either. For now it was important to gauge how he fought a standard foe. Several metallic clangs rang out, my clone deflecting the shuriken by slapping at them with the wood spear. The shuriken hung suspended in the air for several seconds, before quickly being snatched up and put in his jacket pockets. The dozen or so Naruto clones were on my own clone in the next instant. Most of them fanned out to the sides, moving to encircle him. The Naruto most in front ducked down, allowing the two behind him to jump off his back and also gain aerial advantage. They were looking to overrun me by attacking simultaneously from all sides. It was a good strategy normally. It wasn't going to work against my Sharingan, however. The two Narutos in the air threw their kunai just as the one in front jabbed at him with his. My clone was able to read all the tension in every muscle of Naruto's body, knowing how he was going to move seconds before he did. Not just one clone, but all of them at once. He caught the forwardmost Naruto by the wrist, hoisting his body up and above his head all in one fluid motion. The kunai from above impaled the clone in the back, popping him out of existence. My clone then jumped in the air, flipping upside down and kicking the kunai back to their owners. Two more pops signaled the end of their durability, dispersing into whiffs of remnant chakra. 6 more Narutos had closed in around him from all sides, my clone still upside down and apparently without means to counterattack. At least that must be what Naruto thought. It wasn't much for my clone to spin while in midair, brandishing the wooden spears to slice at the throat of every Naruto in range. 6 more pops of smoke and 6 more Narutos were gone. At the last possible second, my clone flipped once again, landing in a crouch. Only 3 of the initial charging group were left now. They had stopped running the moment their brethren fell, keeping just out of range of my clone and his spear. "What's the matter?" my clone asked, rising up to his full height. "Would it make you feel better if I don't use this?" He buried the tip of the wood spear into the bridge and took several threatening steps forward unarmed. One of the Narutos gave a feral growl. "Don't underestimate me," they shouted in unison, leaping forward and stabbing at me. The next attack happened so fast, I wouldn't have even seen my clone's arm move if not for the Sharingan. He struck all 3 Narutos in the chin with a swift but efficient uppercut, popping them before they even realized they had been hit. "You bastard!" The moment they were gone and the next group of clones charged him. My clone ran through several seals as they charged, before then pulling out the stolen shuriken from earlier. Katan, Fire Flower Jutsu. He held the tiny blades to his mouth, inhaling and blowing the shuriken from his hand. A dozen blazing balls of molten steel spread out and barraged the clones, disintegrating all of the charging members. "You gotta be freaking kidding me!" several clones yelled. This time the final wave charged him. "That's my line, damn it!" my clone cursed. He grabbed the wooden spear still stuck in the bridge and started to sprint towards me. With a chakra-enhanced leap he flew over my head and off the side of the bridge, tumbling down towards the river's surface below. "He's getting away!" Half a dozen of the clones jumped after him, every single one of them plummeting into the water with loud splashes. When the water settled, all but one of them was gone. No doubt the original. My clone and I simply stared, even the remaining Narutos too stunned to say anything. I had assumed when they jumped after him so confidently they would be capable of sticking their feet to the water's surface using chakra. Like in the same way my clone was doing now, standing atop it as if it was solid ground. To think he wasn't even capable of that yet. My clone hoisted the original Naruto out of the water before jumping back onto the bridge with him in tow. He dumped Naruto unceremoniously onto the bridge, the both of them silent the whole time. My clone didn't say another word, silently walking up to me before merging back into the Zetsu cells of my right side. So, I couldn't take the awkward silence anymore. It was downright unnatural for Naruto to be sitting so still without making any sound. He refused to look at me, just silently dripping wet all over the bridge. What happened just now? If you don't know how to do the water walk yet, you didn't need to try and bluff your way through it. It's part of the basics, so I can teach it to you. I can water walk, damn it. The usual Naruto returned with gusto, flailing his arms and stamping his feet while maintaining the sitting position. Kakashi Sensei taught me on my last mission to the Land of Waves. Then what the heck was that? I asked, pointing down to the river below. Because you gotta know that after you do something like that, it looks to me like you very clearly can't water walk at all. I don't know, alright. Naruto huffed, crossing his arms and looking away from me again. Lately, it feels like my chakra is acting all funny. Every time I try to mold chakra, it ends up going wrong. Either too much leaks out, or I can't form enough to even stand on water. That was odd. He created clones just fine. Then again, what if the number he had created hadn't matched the number he had intended? It would have been just like him to bluff his way through that. This meant, Naruto, show me the seal holding the nine-tailed fox. I demanded, following my hunch. Naruto looked surprised for a moment, and I thought he might question how I knew about the seal. Even he seemed to be able to put together that as a former subordinate of his father, I would know about it, and so he began to comply with my request. In fact, he seemed only too happy to unzip his sopping wet orange jacket, discarding the soap material to the side. With his top completely removed and torso bare, he stood up and then formed the ram seal, molding chakra in order to get the seal to appear. In a matter of seconds, a tattoo-like spiral pattern formed around his navel. The complexity of it was magnificent. Even a seal novice like myself could only marvel at the skill that must have been necessary to create a complicated double tetragram such as this. What's more, Minato-sensei had done it on the fly, having to seal the rampaging fox inside his just-born son. Your father really was something else. I couldn't help but say out loud. Even now, and it felt like I was leagues behind him in almost every way. And he'd been dead for over a decade. Right. Naruto giggled at my unintended praise, smirking from ear to ear. He really was proud of his father, a man he had never even met but only heard tales about growing up from Rin. His smile was infectious, as I felt myself beginning to grin alongside him. Until a second seal appeared over the first, causing my freshly formed smile to slip into a concerned frown. What's this? I asked, although mostly rhetorically. I could tell what it was even without being told. There was a second, 5-pronged seal placed over top the first. Minato-sensei had originally designed the seal to allow the fox's chakra to leak out naturally, merging with Naruto's chakra and making it into his own. That was the most brilliant part about it. But having placed this odd-numbered seal over top Minato-sensei's even-numbered seal was causing the chakra to mix unevenly. Again, I was just a beginner when it came to seals, and even I knew this was a no-go. As it was a miracle Naruto could perform any jutsu at all. Naruto craned his neck, attempting to get a better look at what it was I was suddenly so concerned about. That. He suddenly yelled, startling me. You mean to tell me he knew what this was? More importantly, where it came from and who put it there in the first place. The other day I met this weird snake lady in the forest. Now that I think about it, she did poke me with some kind of weird jutsu, but I hadn't realized . His words cut abruptly, likely not knowing the proper terminology to complete that thought. Damn it. I mumbled under my breath, just quietly enough that Naruto couldn't hear. Turns out Itachi had been right to get me involved directly with Naruto. By weird snake lady, Naruto could only be referring to one person. While it was true Orochimaru was traditionally a man, I don't think things such as gender norms could accurately be applied to him anymore. Now the question was, had he been targeting Naruto from the beginning, or had he merely been a nuisance in the way of getting to Sasuke? The simplicity of this 5-pronged seal would imply the latter. If I had to guess, the only purpose of it would have been to stop Ninetale's chakra from leaking out and being used against him in combat. It made sense that even someone as powerful as Orochimaru would be weary of going against a tailed beast in head-to-head combat. Now my other concern was, why didn't you tell Rin about this? I asked, albeit with more heat in my voice than intended. It was just unimaginable to me that he would have gone this whole time without having told anyone that someone had tampered with his seal. Did he have any idea of the gravity of the situation? What if this second seal had been something more dangerous? A way to foster the release of the Nine Tails, or worse, control him. Naruto again averted his eyes. "Nachan worries too much," he mumbled. "I just didn't want to freak her out more than she already was. She was already talking about pulling me out of the exams after the Forest of Death, you know. If I told her about this too." He trailed off again, and I could only sigh. "Rin worries because she cares about you, idiot," I scolded, but the earlier heat in my voice just wasn't in it. Even though I wanted to be angry, I couldn't bring myself to be. He was so much like the old me that I couldn't. "Don't act tough and hide your wounds." I repeated those words she gave to me all those years ago. Words I still hadn't fully grasped the true meaning of, as I was unable to honor them to this day. "You're right. Sorry." They seemed to have a profound effect on Naruto at least. He scratched at the whisker marks on his cheek, grinning up at me awkwardly. "I guess you're probably gonna go tell her now, huh?" he asked, already resigning himself to his fate. In contrast, I gave a small smile and shook my head. "Fortunately for you, this seal happens to be fairly basic stuff. I think I should be able to dispel it myself. After that, we can keep it our secret." I probably shouldn't be saying irresponsible stuff like that, as it was definitely setting a bad example for the kid. Yet somehow the relieved giggle he gave after I said it made me not care so much about stuff like that. It didn't hurt to spoil him from time to time. I owed him that much after all. Having said that, this is probably going to sting a little, I warned, crouching down in front of the seal and getting myself at eye level with it. I held out my right hand, palm facing upwards and fingers slightly extended. Chakra gathered in the tips of my fingers until it became visible, appearing as little blue flames. He gulped, closing his eyes in preparation for what it was I was about to do. "Five-pronged release," I shouted, rearing my arm back and thrusting forward as if punching at an opponent. My glowing fingers overlapped with the 5 points composing the seal's base, striking into them and undoing the jutsu. Whoa! Perhaps it had been with a little too much force. I forgot Naruto wasn't able to properly anchor himself with chakra at the moment, so with a loud yelp he went flying backwards. His back hit the railing of the bridge and he then went tumbling over the side. "Oi, Naruto!" I shouted, moving too late to catch him. The only thing I could do was run to the railing he just flipped over, watching him splash ungracefully once more into the river. Only what I saw when I looked over the ledge wasn't that. "I think it worked, Obito-senpai," Naruto cheered, jumping around on top of the water as if dancing. It would appear the instant the seal had been dispelled, the state of his chakra returned to normal. He also hadn't been lying about being able to water walk, which meant that Kakashi had actually gotten off his lazy ass to teach him something after all. Thank goodness, I breathed a sigh of relief I didn't know I had been holding, before then jumping down to join Naruto on the river's surface below. Although it took Naruto another couple minutes to finally calm down enough to turn his attention to me so we could continue. Couldn't say I blamed him, as he must have had that annoying seal on his stomach for a week now screwing up his chakra. So I could at least give him the chance to enjoy a kind of return to normalcy. It also gave me a chance to review the fight in my mind's eye and decide how we would continue his training from here on out. So? Naruto asked, apparently ready to find out himself how we would be continuing. "How did I do? What are we going to work on?" He pumped a fist into his open palm, absolutely grinning at whatever challenge it was that awaited him. I could at least appreciate his enthusiasm. Good question. I nodded several times, still considering how to go about this. For starters, I think your taijutsu could use a little shaping up. There's not really much of a style you employ, although you do coordinate well with your clones. In fact, The sloppiness of your taijutsu might even contribute to the unpredictability and unorthodox combinations you and your clones make use of. Naruto's grin slipped, and I could tell he was trying to determine if I was praising him or making fun of him. I wasn't even really sure myself. On the other hand, I think it might be better if we focus on the area you're truly lacking in, ranged combat. This time Naruto outright grimaced. Seriously? You're gonna make me practice throwing kunai and shuriken again? He whined. Well, that kind of reaction was about what I expected. It was true that having him focus on something like that was what Kakashi had in mind when he asked me to reinforce his basics. I also already mentioned that I knew what was going to work with Naruto, because I knew what had worked for me. Smirking, I held out an empty palm. Pass me a couple shuriken. I'll give you an example of what I have in mind, I said. Naruto continued to grumble, but he at least did as I asked, dumping a handful of shuriken into my hand. Now watch carefully, I'll show you how to perform the jutsu you saw earlier. Naruto's whining stopped abruptly the moment he heard me say something about a jutsu. Tossing the shuriken in the air, I ran through the required hand signs just slowly enough that Naruto could discern them individually. He wouldn't have to remember them right now, but it was just to give him an idea of the kind of jutsu this was. At the same time, I swelled the chakra in my lungs, converting it into flames to be exhaled. My cheeks swelled, building up my breath just as the shuriken fell in front of me. I caught them with my right hand, holding them in front of my mouth by forming a ring with the hand now holding them. Katan, Fire Flower Jutsu. I unleashed the flames onto the shuriken, the projectile splitting up and flying down the canal in a mesmerizing spiral pattern, being manipulated and guided by my chakra as they flew. Awesome! Naruto couldn't contain his excitement, leaping into the air and pumping his fists over his head. You're seriously going to teach me a fire-style technique? Really? No lie, Obito-senpai? I nodded to assure him it was indeed no lie. Kakashi did tell me to teach you the basics, as he so put it. Well, the Fire Flower Jutsu is one of the most basic Katan Jutsu there is. If we use the shuriken as a catalyst to help, we won't have to really worry too much about teaching you complicated elemental manipulation to properly use the jutsu either. Once you get it down, it will allow you to manipulate the shuriken with the fire chakras surrounding them, turning them into guided projectiles. Not to mention it will give you a more powerful ranged technique. In other words, it was the perfect jutsu to teach him. Not only would it keep his attention, making it easier to teach him in the first place, but it would cover his primary weakness of being overly specialized in close-range combat. I don't really get it, but I don't care either. Naruto leapt at me, wrapping my waist in a tight hug. I'm finally gonna learn a Katan Jutsu. I can't wait to rub it in Sasuke's stupid face. It hardly seemed like something Sasuke would care about, but who was I to tell him something like that? Not when I used to do the same type of things to Kakashi all the time, always getting excited at every little thing which I thought gave me an edge on him. Never mind the fact that every step forward I had ever made and he had already taken too. Naruto wasn't me, however, and Sasuke wasn't Kakashi either. What was important for Naruto was here on out. Would he continue down his path unwavering? Or would he eventually be crushed under reality in the same way I had been? Only time would tell. After that, and there hadn't been much progress in our training. Well, I said not much, but that was to be expected on the first day of attempting to teach a new jutsu. Especially when you considered I was teaching an elemental jutsu to someone who had yet to learn any. Things like this were gonna take time. Try telling that to Naruto, though. Certainly it had taken him a while to get the Order of the Hand Seals down, but that wasn't exactly unusual either. Never mind getting to the more complicated stuff such as nature manipulation or building chakra in your lungs. It was just that if Naruto was depressed now, after only tripping up after the first step of the process, then we were in for a much rougher trip than I imagined this to be. Even now as we walked side by side down the bustling mid-evening streets of Konoha, and he was letting out a large sigh. It was to the point that I couldn't possibly ignore him like this any further. "I've told you already that it's fine," I said, glancing down at him out of the corner of my eye. "We still have most of the month to get the jutsu down. Besides, this is also helping you get down proper hand seals. That's kind of like reinforcing the basics too, when you think about. Kakashi will be pleased to hear about how much progress you made with that alone." It wasn't like anything I said was a lie. The basics were technically what we were supposed to be working on anyways, so this was really as good a start as any. "I get it already, you know." Naruto grumbled in such a way it wasn't convincing anybody. Damn it, there was no way I could let Rin see him like this. She was going to wonder what the hell kind of lousy teacher I was at this rate. I needed something to cheer him up, but I didn't know him well enough to know what he liked. All the same, if I was feeling down when I was a kid, I knew one thing Minato Sensei would always do that would brighten me right up. "I'll tell you what," I said, refusing to look at him now and instead glancing at the crowds around us. Most people gave the two of us a wide berth, but I couldn't tell if it was because they recognized him as a Jinchuriki or because the sight of my face put them off. Either way, he and I made quite the pair. "To commemorate our first day of training together, how about I treat you to your favorite meal? Anything you want, it's on me." Really? It was like a switch had been flipped. 1 second Naruto was lagging a couple steps behind me, eyes cast continuously downwards. The next and he was in front, dragging me along by the sleeve of my jacket. "Ichiraku Ramen, here I come," he whooped. If I didn't know any better, I would say I had just been played. This little brat was only acting so down in order to wring a free meal out of me. Clever little bastard. The small ramen stand Naruto dragged me to wasn't an unfamiliar one either. It had been an establishment for as long as I could remember, Minato-sensei bringing us here as a team from time to time. No doubt it was Rin who introduced Naruto to this place. "Welcome," the stall owner called as Naruto and I entered, pushing past the flaps to get to the single interior counter of the stall. Ah, why if it isn't Naruto? Apparently my pupil was a regular here. The old man's smile a welcome change to the usual glares and odd looks sent in our general direction. Naruto began ordering before we even took our seats, listing off a mountain-sized list of toppings all in one breath. I would have chided him for making an order that was almost definitely going to take time to prepare and thus cause problems for other customers, but there was only one other person sitting at the counter at this time. Naruto didn't even appear to notice him, beginning to take the seat to his left before I stopped him. Guiding Naruto by the shoulder, I moved him a single seat over, before then taking the seat Naruto had just been going to for myself. Naruto, for the most part, didn't even seem to notice, but at this point I wasn't paying much attention to him anymore either. There was something about the man I now sat next to that was distracting me. I couldn't put a finger on what it was, but he was potentially dangerous. There was no basis for this skepticism. It was just the moment I laid eyes on him, no, the moment before we even entered the shop and I felt this presence. Deep in my gut, something was telling me danger was nearby and that I should be on guard. For shinobi, being able to accurately read this sense of danger was sometimes the line between life and death. No matter how I looked at this man out of the corner of my eye, however, and I couldn't find anything particularly striking about him that would be causing such alarm bells to be going off inside my head. He had long red hair, almost shoulder length, with bangs covering his eyes so I couldn't see them, which was about the only distinct feature I could make out, as he was otherwise draped in a large purple rain jacket, making his physical characteristics hard to determine. "What about you, sir? What will you have?" the shop owner suddenly asked, snapping me from my observations. I blinked several times in rapid succession, trying to bring the rest of the world around me back into focus. I hadn't realized it, but I had been studying the man next to me now for several intense seconds, and in that time Naruto had finished his order. Meanwhile, I hadn't even glanced at the menu yet. Right. I cleared my throat, awkwardly glancing up at the menu and list of toppings. Deciding it was too much to take in all at once, I just said, "Give me the same as Naruto." It was probably safe to say that Naruto knew what was good here, so I should be able to trust in his order. Hopefully. The shop owner then gave a shout of affirmation before setting out to make our food. By the time this was done, the man next to me had pulled some money out from his pocket and was placing it on the countertop. "Thanks for the food," he said, voice deeper than I would have expected. It was only for an instant that his arm appeared outside of the rain jacket, but it had been skinny to the point of being malnourished. Then, as the man turned to leave, I could tell his eyes fell upon me. Despite not being able to see them, I could feel their powerful gaze behind his red bangs. He knew. The fact that I was studying him hadn't escaped his notice, despite having become an expert at discreetly observing others under the tutelage of Master Jiraiya. He said nothing to me, however, and I was incapable of calling out to him to stop. As he turned to leave, though, I managed to catch one other detail beneath his rain jacket, a mark of the hidden rain village wrapped around his neck. Which meant the rain jacket that I originally thought of as a disguise might have actually just been standard attire for him. That was as far as my observations were able to go, the man disappearing out and into the crowd a second later. My body turned in the stool as if having a mind of its own, making to follow him. Something inside of me was telling me not to let him go. If I didn't confront him now, it would be disastrous later. Say. Listen to this, I am Nasan. Naruto's voice snapped me back to reality. I couldn't just go running after some possibly imaginary disaster. Not with Naruto right next to me, the one I was supposed to be watching over and protecting. Thankfully, he was always such a loudmouth, or I might have made a mistake just now. Guess what Obito-senpai is teaching me? A katanjutsu, you know. He didn't even give them a chance to guess, too excited to spit it out and let the whole world know he was soon going to be breathing fireballs. That sounds kinda dangerous, doesn't it? The stall owner's daughter asked, glancing over at me with concerned eyes. Although she wasn't able to maintain the gaze for long, flinching after getting a good look at my scars. Not that I could say I blamed her for flinching or for her words. Probably anyone would agree that Naruto and fire didn't exactly mix well and was just a recipe for disaster waiting to happen. Even I couldn't guarantee this didn't backfire spectacularly. You worry too much. Of course Naruto didn't see it that way, waving off any concerns they had. Obito-senpai recognizes that I got the talent for it. He grinned at me, eyes shining in such a way that it made my stomach drop. Because I knew what he was going to say next. Obito-senpai is like me, you know. He's probably gonna become the 5th Hokage. And when he does, that makes me a student of the Hokage, so I think I can handle a katanjutsu or two, you know. I hated being right. Just why in the world would he say it like that? As if it wasn't bad enough that it wasn't true, but he had no idea of the kind of position he was putting me in. Building me up to be this inspiration inside his mind, when all I was going to wind up doing was disappointing him. That is impressive. The stall owner meanwhile let out a big belly laugh. 2 future Hokages sitting right in front of me. Now it even extended to this guy, damn it. All right, order up. Fortunately for me, no further conversation could be had as 2 ramen bowls with miniature mountains made of toppings were placed in front of us. In a way it was a blessing, the massive amount of food served to shut Naruto up for several minutes as he once again inhaled it like a vacuum cleaner. I would also admit it, but it was damn good. It wasn't Ren's homemade cooking, but it was probably the next closest thing in terms of deliciousness. Finishing our food, the 2 of us thankfully managed to leave without any more talk about the Hokage arising. As we exited the stall, calling our thanks for the food, a familiar voice also called to us from the street. "Ah, Obito, Naruto, I knew I might find you two here." Rin ran up to the two of us through the crowd, that same world-illuminating beautiful smile on her face as always. "Nei-chan." Naruto grinned back at her, holding out a peace sign as she approached. "I did so good today, Obito-senpai told me I could have anything I wanted to eat," he said. As I recalled, that was in no way how that conversation went. Rather, I remember him sulking up until I offered to buy him something in order to cheer him up. Of course, I wasn't about to call him out on his lie. It would just be too much of a headache. "That so?" Rin asked, rubbing his head affectionately before turning her attention to me. "Sorry about your wallet, he didn't order too much, did he? If you want, I'll pay you back for however much his portion was." It had been rather pricey, considering it was just ramen. Although I'm pretty sure he got every single topping they had and then doubled it. Which is unfortunately the same thing I ordered, not knowing what I was getting myself into. "It's fine." I shook my head at her offer all the same. "You cooked for me last night. I can at least do this much to pay you back." Now that I thought about it, if he ate this much for just one meal, I could only imagine what their monthly grocery budget must be to accommodate that bottomless pit he called a stomach. "You don't need to be considerate about things like that," Rin said, completely missing the irony that she also just offered to pay me back. "I'll cook for you anytime, so don't hold back," she said, pressing her arms behind her back and leaning towards me. I ended up instinctively leaning back, turning my eye away and glancing up at the night sky to avoid her gaze. "Anyways, how was work? You must be tired." I attempted to change the topic, not sure I could handle the embarrassment if she kept saying things like that any longer. Rin had always been like that, since we were kids. Saying things like that while having no idea the kind of impression it gave me or what it did to my heart. It had been no wonder why I'd fallen for her as hard as I did, to the point it hit me even now as an adult. Rin giggled, apparently enjoying my reaction. "How about I tell you on the way home?" she asked. "Home?" I repeated, not sure what she meant. I was going to head back to the Uchiha estate to turn in for the night. I had no intention of going to her place now that she had found us already. Certainly, I would have escorted Naruto the whole way, but now that the two of them were together, there was no need for that. They could take care of one another even without me there. "Oh right," she said in that way that meant she only just remembered. Interlacing her fingers in front of herself, she slowly began to twirl her hips back and forth. I was thinking, as long as you're training Naruto, why don't you come and stay with the two of us? It will be easier on you that way too, right? "Really?" Naruto asked, already jumping in the air. "You're gonna come stay with us?" He was awfully damn excited for a kid who had forgotten about me up until a couple days ago. "Hold on now." I tried to calm him and Rin both down, holding up my arms in front of myself as if warding off an attack. I didn't agree to anything yet. The immediate disappointment on both their faces would have made you think I just kicked a cat. I mean, it just doesn't seem practical, right? Your apartment is already so small. I would just be a burden if you had to accommodate me as well. Not to mention, I did not want to go back home and see the look on Izumi's face when I told her where I would be staying. She would tease me for it until the day I died. "That's no problem at all." Naruto and Rin responded together, in perfect sync with one another. I grimaced, suddenly starting to feel actual pressure to have to accept. I could kind of understand this kind of blatant selfishness from Naruto, but from Rin and it was downright uncharacteristic. Certainly she was pushy about a great many things, but it was always because she worried or was trying to cheer you up. For her to be pushy about something like this. Just as I was feeling all my excuses run out, there was a sudden weight on my right shoulder. "Ribbit." An orange toad the size of my head was sitting there, yellow eyes blinking dully. It glanced around here and there, seemingly without much consciousness aside from hunting for some flies to eat. I knew better than that, however. Whoa, it's huge. Naruto had no idea what the toad was, simply enamored with the size of it. Any moment it looked like he might jump towards me in an attempt to snatch it. Rin seemed to realize the same thing, placing her hands on Naruto's shoulders. "How about you consult with your clan first about coming to stay with us?" she said. For now, it would seem I was safe. Honestly, I don't even know why I was so desperate to avoid it in the first place. The younger me would have literally killed people for this chance. Yet here I was, trying my damnedest to keep Rin at an arm's length, despite her best efforts to close that gap. Maybe it was because I knew? Rin didn't actually see me in the way I wanted her to. We were just childhood friends in her eyes, so it was natural. For me, however, her desire to be close just gave me hope for something that would never become reality, to have her return my feelings. I suppose that was why I was fighting this so hard. We're leaving?" Naruto asked, as Rin started to push him away. "Well, all right. See you tomorrow, Obito-senpai." His pout did kind of make me feel bad, but it was nothing compared to the look in Rin's eye. Despite the fact that she was smiling at me the same as always, something about it didn't reach all the way, and I thought instead she might start crying at any moment. "Hey, Rin." I started to call out to her despite myself. However, the toad gave another rib bit, and any words I might have wanted to say died on my tongue. "See you later," I said. "You too, Naruto. Same place as today." They both nodded to me, bidding last farewells before disappearing into the heavy crowds. "Ribbit." The toad continued to croak, and I glared at it out of the corner of my eye. "Hurry up and lead the way to Master Jiraiya already, Gamakichi." I snapped at it, speaking to the toad as if it was a human being and not just some animal. "Watch the attitude there, buddy." The toad responded, perfectly capable of speaking and sentient thought despite having not said a word until just now. "You looked like you wanted to run away from the conversation right up until I showed up. Not having second thoughts now, are ya?" I clicked my teeth, both hating how right he was and how paradoxical my feelings were. "You're right, I'm sorry." I apologized. Not like I had much choice. If I ticked this guy off and he told his dad, I was gonna have bigger problems to worry about. Namely, a toad as big as a house trying to squish me beneath his fat webbed feet. The little bastard laughed out loud, knowing full well why I was forced into backing down so quickly. "All right, buddy, that way." He began to guide me, pointing his whole stubby arm in the opposite way Rin and Naruto had just gone. I started to walk, barely able to move through the growing crowds. It was getting to be about prime nightlife time, and with the influx of visitors for the Chunin Exams, business was certainly booming. Not much longer and the nightly festivals would begin too. That's when things were going to get really wild around this time of night. "You're a pretty amusing guy." Gamakichi continued to gab at me as I navigated the crowds, occasionally pointing down a side street or indicating when I should turn. "Why is it you never signed the Toad contract? I hear you've been hanging out with Jiraiya since before I was even a tadpole," he asked. Master Jiraiya was perhaps best known for his affiliation with Myobokuzen and the sentient sage toads that inhabited it. To the point it defined most of his fighting techniques and was an excellent source of resources and knowledge. It was also why Minato Sensei, Jiraiya's pupil before me, had formed a contract with them. He had also been capable of summoning them to his aid whenever the task at hand required a bigger solution. For example, Gamakichi's father, Gamabunta, had been there to assist in the fight against the Ninetales over a decade ago. So it seemed only natural that I would also enter into a contract with them, just like my sensei and master had done. I don't really understand the specifics myself, I answered as best I could. But according to Fukasaku-sama, there is some bad blood between Myobokuzen and my clan. Something about a fight long ago between the sages of the past and Sharingan warriors looking to take their power. It was ancient history, so old there weren't even reliable records about it anymore. Some grudges transcended such things, and despite having no problem with me personally, my family name was enough reason to deny contracting with. My master had tried sticking up for me, but even he couldn't go against the word of his own master, the old toad sage, Fukasaku. Despite not having a contract with them, however, it was still impertinent that I have a kind of relationship with the toads as a pupil of Jiraiya's. So I had come to be on a friendly basis with a great number of them over the past few years. That so? Gamakichi asked, apparently not too interested despite it having been his question. Anyways, here we are. I stopped outside a corner bar, the entire place just a single counter you would stand in front of to order your drinks. Located among the patrons and predictably flirting quite loudly with the nearest woman available was my master. Tell Jiraiya I said bye. Gamakichi then disappeared in a puff of smoke, not even waiting for my reply. Oh, Obito. Over here. Jiraiya took notice of me not even a second later, waving me towards him. I saved you a spot. He patted the counter to his right, a gap just small enough for a single person to squeeze in. Since there were no seats, it was just a free-for-all, people fitting in wherever they could. Having said that, Jiraiya was a fairly large and imposing figure, not to mention how loud he got once drunk. Which it certainly looked like he was on his way, cheeks already flushed and a lecherous grin taking up half his face. So people were giving him a bit of a berth, not much, but enough. I've been trying to contact you the past couple days. I complained. Although I don't know why I bothered. He was always like this, impossible to get a hold of when you wanted, but always calling upon you at his own convenience. I didn't bother telling him why I had been seeking him either, as it was both no longer relevant and he no doubt already knew. To my chagrin he just laughed, deeply and from the belly. My bad, he said, not sorry at all. Here, have some hot sake. It will lighten you up, maybe finally get rid of that constant glum look you always have. He didn't even wait for me to refuse, placing a small ceramic cup in front of me, the inside already full. I thought about telling him to shove it, but honestly some alcohol sounded good right about now. So without another word I picked the cup up, capable of holding it between just 2 fingers, and downing the sake in a single swig. The warming sensation of the sake spread through me in an instant, sending a slight tingle all the way down to my toes. I slammed the small cup on the table and it was filled back up in an instant. That a boy. Jiraiya thumped my back, clearly pleased with my display. It wasn't often that I felt the need to humor him when it came to his proclivities. That meant alcohol, women, and gambling. Having said that, I did see the appeal. Sometimes it was just easier to bury your troubles into those things, if it will help you forget even for just a moment why it was necessary in the first place. Being back in the village reminded me all too strongly of all those things I had been trying to forget. So I downed the next shot too, and then the one after that in fairly quick succession. That bad, huh? Jiraiya asked, leaning his arms on the countertop. He hadn't quit smiling, but there was a tinge of pity in it now that hadn't been there before. Where do I even start? I asked, legitimately not knowing what to bring up first. Maybe the sake was already taking effect, because the freshest memory was what ended up tumbling out of my mouth first. Rin told me to come live with her. I said, almost as if I didn't believe it myself. Oh. Jiraiya cheered for me, thumping my back hard enough to knock my chest into the side of the counter. I knew you had it in you. Back for only a couple days and already getting cozy with the ladies. Just like how I taught you. He laughed out loud again, taking another shot of his own cup. The container he was pouring it from must have run out, because he called for another one right after. I finished my next cup too, taking courage from the warm liquid inside. I turned down her offer. I said. Without even turning to look, I could tell Jiraiya was waiting for me to tell him why. I'm positive that I'm still in love with her. And when she asked me to come live with her and Naruto, I don't know, I panicked. How long had it been since I verified my feelings out loud like this? Then again, I'm not sure I ever had. Idiot. Jiraiya chopped me on the head, but not with any kind of real force. He then poured another cup, one for me and one for himself. Placing the container down, he held his full cup up to me. I silently picked my own cup up, clinking it against his before we both downed them. Yeah, I really am an idiot, huh? I asked. He snorted, which caused me to give a short chortle of my own. It built from there, and in seconds we were both laughing so hard that the people around us tried to make even more space. No one wanted to be next to a couple raving lunatics, it would seem. I've been waiting a long time for you to figure that one out, Jiraiya said, wiping away tears once we both calmed down a little. Maybe coming back to the village was the right choice, after all. I didn't really get what he meant, as I had been assuming until now that we were here for Orochimaru. As if sensing that was what I was thinking, Jiraiya finally decided to take the conversation down a more serious road. With everything you've seen and heard the past couple days, what do you think about what's going on? Are we in danger? Good question. I drawled, turning around to rest my elbows on the counter and look out at the crowds behind us. Tourists from no less than 4 foreign countries were here to watch shinobi from their nation compete in the final matches. Not just tourists, but supposedly allied ninja and who was to say what others, all intermingling in this festive atmosphere. On the surface, everything seems to be fine. Certainly hectic, but not anything to worry about. Yet at the same time, I thought about all the things I had seen and heard since coming back. I can't help but get the same feeling I had before the Uchiha incident. It was there, boiling beneath the surface. Something larger than Orochimaru. He was the one poking his head out and making a ruckus certainly, but it was more like he was just a sign of the beginning, a bad omen of more terrible things to come. That was how I felt. You should trust your gut and hold on to that feeling, Jiraiya advised. It might just be the thing we need to weather whatever storm you think you see coming. Hearing him say that did remind me of one other thing. It's probably nothing, but just before this I met a man with red hair at the ramen stall. I decided to relay the information to my master just in case. It probably wasn't information he would be able to make use of, but it was better to say it than not and only regret it later by finding out it was important. Red hair? To my surprise, he suddenly stood straight. It was like all the earlier intoxication was gone, my master suddenly sober as he turned to regard me. Tell me more, he demanded, far more interested in the topic than I expected. It would seem I had been right to trust my gut on this one. I wasn't able to get much. I shrugged, turning back around and leaning in to make our conversation more private. He was from the Hidden Rain village and, well, he had this kind of foreboding presence. I can't describe it better than that. The only distinct thing about him was the color of his hair, so I don't know what it could have been. His eyes? Jiraiya pressed, but to that I could only shake my head. Hidden behind his bangs. I answered. Should I have pursued him after all? It was starting to seem like I made an error in judgment, but Jiraiya quickly cleared my doubts. No, you did well, he said. It's probably nothing anyways, but I will look into this case personally. With that, he poured another drink for each of us and steered the topic once more to lighter ground. Again, I didn't really get it, but if Jiraiya was the one to say it, then I knew to drop it. If it was really important that I know about it, he would tell me when the time came. For now it would seem that there were too many uncertainties to confirm or deny anything, although Jiraiya appeared to have an idea for the possible identity of the man I had met. In the meantime, I would just leave that to him. I had enough on my plate with Naruto as it was anyway. Katan, Fire Flower Jutsu. Naruto called, successfully spitting out flames that wrapped around the shuriken in his hands. The projectiles took off, arcing towards me in a mesmerizing spiral pattern. Only for the flames to fizzle out after 5 or so meters. Losing control of the chakra that had once been surrounding them, the shuriken were left to just fly in whatever direction they had last been guided in. I didn't even have to guard against them with one of the kunai I was holding, most of them striking the walls of the canal, a couple plopping harmlessly into the river before sinking below the surface. Damn it! Naruto growled, his frustration growing with every failed attempt at the jutsu. Never mind the fact that it was amazing progress over the past week it had taken him to get this far. I was starting to think Naruto was actually some kind of genius, which when you considered who his parents were, it wasn't exactly that much of a stretch. Let's take a break for now, Naruto, I said, pocketing my kunai and glancing up at the sky. It was hard to accurately gauge the position of the sun with the high walls of the canal on either side of us, but it had to be afternoon by now. The two of us had been going at this training since daybreak now without rest, Naruto insisting we start earlier and earlier as his impatience with himself continued to thin. Not yet, Naruto said between gasps of breath. He was nearly doubled over, legs wavering as he struggled to even maintain a steady stream of chakra to keep him standing above the water. I can still keep going. Yet he insisted that he wasn't done yet anyways. I could only sigh, having long since gotten used to his stubbornness over this past week. Fine, I relented, already seeing where this was going. What's the rule this time? Whenever we hit an impasse like this, we had developed a system to determine the outcome. It was pretty simple, really. Naruto and I would have a quick match, but with a twist, Naruto got to impose one rule for the fight. It could be anything he wanted, but it had to apply to both of us. Giving Naruto the power to choose was really just my way of making him think I was giving him a handicap in our fights. He had yet to win even once. Although I would admit he was getting more clever with his rules as the fights went on. His first couple had been things like only taijutsu or fighting with our eyes closed. He had failed to realize at the time that these things inhibited him far more than me. After getting his ass thoroughly hooped the first several matches, he had finally caught on to doing things that would stunt me more than it would him. For example, banning the Sharingan had been his rule in our last fight. Despite the fact that he didn't even have the Sharingan, but he realized I had never imposed limitations such as that. It still didn't help him win, but it showed a growing cunning which had been my goal in the first place. Naruto smirked, no doubt having secretly been aiming for this. Perhaps the biggest downside in my ploy to combat his stubbornness was the fact that it in a way rewarded it. Certainly Naruto never won and so was forced to take breaks when I told him to, but I think he had come to enjoy our spars to the point he was looking forward to them. All right, Obito-senpai. Naruto held an arm up, open palm extended in my direction. Stop right there. I did as instructed, glancing down and mentally counting the steps between us. About 10 paces away from one another by my count. So here's the deal. Naruto continued, about to lay out the rule he decided upon. No moving from that spot. If you fall in the water, you're out. Now I got it, so that's what Naruto was aiming for. I nodded along to his rules, but also pretended to be disappointed in him by frowning in that disapproving way I learned from Minato Sensei. You just want this to turn into a ranged battle so you can keep practicing your jutsu, don't you? I asked, acting like I had already seen through him. If it was possible, Naruto's smirk only grew bigger. Don't be mad because I just figured out how to turn your own game against you, he said, before then forming his favorite seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Half a dozen clones appeared, standing sideways on the walls of the canal, each one of them just as cocky as the original. Katan, Fireflower Jutsu. They all called together, attempting to perform the jutsu he until now was incapable of successfully completing. None of them were capable of it this time either, but his control did appear to be improving ever so slightly. Just before the flames surrounding the shuriken fizzled out, he had managed to steer several of them in my direction, leaving the now steaming shuriken on a direct course for me. Not bad. I slipped out the kunai I had just pocketed earlier, twirling it by the ring on the handle. With several metallic clangs and sparks flying from the metal-on-metal contact, I deflected all the shuriken. At the same time as this was happening, 2 hands shot up from the water's surface beneath my feet. The clone that Naruto had created below the surface had been waiting for this timing, the moment I was distracted by the attacks from above and he made his move from below. The hands clamped around my ankles, and in another second they would drag me beneath the surface. At least I'm sure that had been their plan. In the same motion that I deflected the shuriken with the kunai held in my right hand, I tossed the second kunai hidden in the sleeve of my left. It flew straight down with enough force to penetrate the water and spear the clone beneath me in the head. In a puff of smoke, it was gone. And I was still standing. TCH, no good after all. Naruto's smirk deflated, but the fire in his eyes hadn't been burnt out yet. Charge him. The rest of his clones let out battle roars, pinballing back and forth across the high canal walls as they closed in on me. I didn't even bother giving them the time of day, fixing my Sharingan eyes solely on the original. His blue eyes met my one red, and in that instant the match was decided. Genjutsu was a powerful tool, capable of altering the flow of your opponent's chakra and causing them to see all manner of illusions. It was also one of the most difficult aspects for a ninja to master, which was one reason the Sharingan was such a feared and powerful dojutsu. With just a single glance of direct eye contact, we could cast our genjutsu on our opponent in an instant. Some of us were better at it than others, such as Itachi and Shisui, who were unparalleled geniuses. They could cast you in genjutsu so powerful you didn't even realize you were in one or make a second in real life feel like hours. Compared to them, and I was an absolute novice. That was fine for this, however. The point of what I was trying to accomplish wasn't to place Naruto under some complicated illusion. Even just one that lasted a second was fine. It was the disruption of chakra caused when you fell under genjutsu I was aiming for. Naruto was already exhausted to the point he was having trouble maintaining a proper stream of chakra to keep himself standing above the surface. Just a small chink in that already unstable flow would be enough. Whoa! And as predicted, Naruto suddenly fell straight down, sending a fountain of water to come splashing up in his place. His clones also popped out of existence as he was no longer able to properly maintain them with his disrupted chakra. The sudden dunking would have served to break the genjutsu, and his head popped back up above the water only a second after he went under. No fair. I had you that time. Despite his complaints, he complied with the rules, and upon pulling himself out of the water we both jumped up to the bridge above us. You might have had me that time, I praised, taking a seat on the bridge and leaning my back against the railing. You were just a little too obvious with the setup. Some serious forethought must have gone into that fight, which meant Naruto was starting to plan these out in his free time now too. It wasn't just things he was thinking of on the spot, he was actively strategizing and using his head when he could be goofing around. It was a strange feeling that I felt welling up in my stomach, but I could only describe it as some kind of pride. My compliments seemed to work to slightly boost Naruto's spirits. It was looking like Naruto was ready. How about you and I grab something to eat? While we do, we can discuss your strategy during your first match and look into the profiles of the other opponents you might have to fight. I pulled a scroll out of my pocket as I said this. Contained inside it was all the information on this exam's final applicants. Ah, that's right. Naruto responded by tapping a fist into his open palm as he just recalled something. Speaking of food, Nachan made this for us. He went over to a small cloth-wrapped box he had brought with him this morning and placed at the edge of the bridge before beginning our training. He opened it up to reveal an assortment of onigiri, and not just a few of them either. She must have gone all out early in the morning or possibly even the night before to make this many. Here you are, Obito-senpai. Naruto handed a couple to me before taking a seat directly to my right. It was beyond delicious, as was to be expected of anything made by Rin. Yet as I dug into her homemade cooking prepared just for the two of us, I also couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Ever since our conversation in which I had turned down her offer to stay with them and the two of us hadn't actually met face to face. I think I was afraid that if we did, it was going to come up again, and I just didn't want to see her make that face again when I inevitably had to tell her I just couldn't do it. Despite being in the same village after years of being away, it somehow felt like we were further apart than ever. So what have you got? Naruto asked, snapping me from my musings. I shook my head to clear myself of the unnecessary thoughts, untying the string holding the scroll shut and then unrolling it so we could read together. Let's just start with the basic information, I said. The fact of the matter was, I needed to review this information far more than Naruto probably did. He had actually already met everyone in this list and would have even seen them in action during the preliminary matches held after the Forest of Death portion of the exam. So he at least had a grasp on their basic abilities and powers already. Including you, there are 4 shinobi representing our village for the final exams. Naruto glanced over the names I was now looking at. Piece of cake. I can handle these guys no problem, he confidently declared. Shikamaru is like the laziest guy I know. I bet he doesn't even show up. Shino is just some weird bug guy. And Sasuke, well, I ain't about to lose to Sasuke. Despite himself, there was a slight stutter at the end there when talking about his teammate. Let's just skip Uchiha Sasuke for now, I said. Naruto knew everything there was to know about him. His abilities, skills, and even temperament. The fact that Kakashi was personally training him did worry me, because there was no doubt if my old rival got serious about this, then Sasuke was going to come back much stronger than Naruto was anticipating. There was no point in preparing for such unknowns right now, not when there were so many other variables we could focus on and play. For starters, Naruto was vastly underestimating his classmates. I wouldn't look down on either the Nara or Aburame clans if I were you, Naruto, I warned. They might have been his classmates, but it was obvious that Naruto didn't understand the first thing about their lineage. Let's take Nara Shikamaru for example. Certainly he might be lazy, but his Jonin Sensei is far from it. Sarutobi Asuma, another familiar name from my academy days and grandson of the current Hokage. Shikamaru will be there that day, count on it. His clan specializes in manipulating shadows. If he catches you, the match might as well be over right there. Naruto nodded, suddenly taking a nervous gulp of air as his earlier confidence began to evaporate. Then there's Aburame Shino. Another student with a teacher from my generation, Yuhi Kurenai. This was starting to look like a miniature class reunion, just one where we were making our students fight it out for us in our place. Bugs might be small enough that you don't notice them individually, but if enough of them gather in one place, they can become a formidable force. Especially when coordinated. If Shino gets serious, he could probably send flesh-eating bugs to pick you dry in a matter of seconds. Bleh. Naruto gagged, his whole body shivering at the very thought of my verbal imagery. Now that I had gotten him good and shaken up, I could give him some good news. Fortunately for you, neither one of them is likely to use any kind of lethal force against a fellow Leaf Shinobi. So when we look at it that way, you actually have one distinct advantage against these two. I do. Naruto scratched his head, having no idea what I was talking about. You do. I confirmed. Namely, your incredibly vast amount of chakra. Naruto by himself had chakra twice the capacity of mine. If we then consider the nine-tailed fox's chakra on top of that, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it was over 100 times greater. The Nara clan's shadow paralysis jutsu consumes chakra like nothing else, so even if he does catch you, it might just be a matter of running out the clock. Meanwhile, Shino is likely only to send his chakra-eating Kakashi after you. Even if he sent his whole colony out, they might not be able to consume all the chakra you have. And if they eat too much, they'll become ineffective. So what you're saying is like I'm actually really awesome. Naruto clarified, not at all catching my point. I sighed. Certainly your chakra reserves are. Unfortunately, that's not going to be enough against all your opponents. I then indicated to the other half of the list now. In addition to the 4 of you from the Leaf, the hidden villages of the Sand, Sound, Waterfall, and Rain each have 1 shinobi that made it into the finals. That means 4 other unique villages with very different ways of fighting than what you're used to are being represented here. These 4 will be unlike anyone you've gone up against until now. You should think of them as the top genin in their village to have made it this far in an exam being held in a land that's foreign to them. Naruto's emotions were like a pinball being bounced around inside a machine right now. With every little bit of good news I gave him, and there was just as much bad news to follow. Gaara of the Desert. I said the name gravely. From the look of the roster, he was to be Sasuke's first opponent as the final match of the first round. I suspected this was an additional reason Kakashi had been so keen to focus on him over Naruto. All reports indicated that Gaara was deadly, devastatingly so. He had killed every opponent he had gone up against so far, going as far as to murder the Rain Kunoichi he fought against during the preliminary matches, the only casualty to have occurred during them. Yeah, I met him. Even Naruto had the decency to look rightfully terrified at the name alone. His own match was the first one of the round, so in the worst-case scenario, he and Gaara would be opponents in the final. Hopefully Kakashi had something up his sleeve to ensure that didn't happen. Still, I needed to cover his abilities now just in case. The only thing we really know is that his absolute defense appears to be impenetrable. The sand he carries in his gourd moves to defend him as if it has a will of its own. This means your surprise attacks and dirty tactics aren't necessarily going to be enough. Even if you catch him off guard, it doesn't matter if the sand intercepts you. So is there no way I can win? Naruto asked, feeling clearly hopeless. I shook my head. Not necessarily. Sasuke's older brother always says this: every jutsu, without exception, has a weakness. So we need to find a way to exploit his jutsu so it works against him. For example, just barrage him with fireballs using the Fire Flower jutsu. I don't expect that they'll get through his defense, but if he cocoons himself inside the sand, eventually the heat from the barrage outside is going to turn the inside into an oven. He'll pass out within minutes under such conditions. Naruto stared at me for several moments in silence, going so far as to stop stuffing his face with Rinzai. Finally, he started to show emotion as a huge grin spread across his whole face. That's so genius, Obito-senpai. Hell yeah, if I do that I can win against that eyebrowless freak for sure. At least he was appreciative of the idea, although it had only been something off the top of my head. A whole lot could happen while Gaara was out of sight and hidden by that barrage of attacks. Naruto could be wasting his chakra for nothing if that was the case. Until I came up with something better within Naruto's current skill set, this was what we were going to have to go with. With the issue of Gaara taken care of for now, let's move on to Dosu of the Sound. This was the person that concerned me the next most. Unlike Gaara, it wasn't because of his own powers. No, it was the village he came from. The Hidden Sound Village was supposedly some new upstart village inside the borders of the equally new Land of Sound. Their forces at the moment were rather small, to the point they sent only one Chunin team to partake in the exams. Despite just that one team entering, they made it to the preliminaries, which showed at least a significantly above-average skill level within the village. All of this information was irrelevant, however, because it had come to light during the Forest of Death portion of the exam that the Sound Village, perhaps even the whole country, might actually just be a front for Orochimaru's schemes. According to a report by Haruno Sakura from Naruto's team, the Sound team had admitted to attacking them under Orochimaru's direct orders in an attempt to test out the curse mark that had been placed on Sasuke the day before. By all accounts, it would appear they had no interest in Naruto at the moment, but who could say if that was to change? For now, however, I was just going to focus on what Naruto's plan of action should be. He appears to fight primarily by swinging the device on his arm to generate sound waves. All the information I have indicates it is only effective at close range, but you should be prepared for the possibility that he can also attack at range as well. So just do what you always do. Have your clones get in close to him while the real you stays back and attempts to blast him from a distance. No matter what, don't let him get close to your real body. I suspect getting caught in that sound wave will disorient you enough that you lose control of your clones. Man, that fire flower jutsu really is gonna come in handy. Naruto said, as if just realizing it was more than a cool trick. He didn't seem to have any further notes, so I just went on to the next name on the list. Next up is Fu of the Waterfall. I frowned as I read her profile. As with every other contestant this time around, but she was another seemingly weird case. She and her team fought their way to the preliminary rounds, escaping the Forest of Death in record time and being the first team to arrive at the tower. They had nearly 5 full days to recover in time for the matches. Yet when asked if anyone wanted to bow out and retire from the exams before those fights could begin, both her teammates immediately took the opportunity to do so. This meant only one thing: they had been placed in the exams for the express purpose of pushing her through to the finals. Aside from that, however, she seemed fairly ordinary. Certainly some unique jutsu, but there was no reason I could determine from the written text alone as to why she would be so special as to have to be pushed to the finals no matter the cost. So again, the only thing I could do was focus on her abilities and relay the strategy to Naruto. Fu appears to have some kind of power similar to the Aburame clan. To what extent it's hard to say, but she can also communicate with insects. In addition, she seems to be able to meld her chakra into a web-like substance that she throws out and then has a blinding light-based jutsu that we know about. Everything points to her being a kunoichi specialized in capturing her subjects alive for information extraction. Basically, just don't get caught and maintain a strong offensive. It was a simple strategy, but sometimes that was best. Naruto was probably going to have to judge this fight on the fly if it came to it. Fu was Shikamaru's opponent as the second match in the first round, which meant if she won then she would be the second opponent Naruto had to go up against. Meanwhile, Dosu and Shino were the third match. So one of those two were going to have to get around Sasuke or Gaara before they met Naruto in the final. This was all assuming Naruto even passed his first fight. Which brought us to our last contestant on the list and his opponent during the first round of the exam. Ajisai of the Rain. I read her name aloud. That was about as far as I got, a sudden commotion in the distance catching my attention. I mentioned this before, but no one ever came into the old Uchiha district just based on its history alone. So for someone to come barging in here, there were only two possibilities. They either weren't normal or they were here looking for Naruto. I jumped to my feet, immediately placing myself between my student and the fast-approaching noise. My Mangekyo Sharingan spun into existence as I readied my dojutsu to be activated at the first sign of trouble. The first priority would be to dump Naruto into a different dimension, out of harm's way. He certainly wouldn't like it, but I wasn't about to take chances. All of this preparation and paranoia ultimately amounted to nothing as two familiar faces sprinted into view, the two of them seemingly fleeing from some invisible enemy. "Guy-sensei, do not let the ghosts catch me!" The younger of the two near-identical men screamed, a recently promoted Chunin by the name of Rock Lee. "Faster, Lee!" Might Guy, his Jonin sensei, and another former classmate of mine, was just in front of him, leading the way through the compound. Like I said, the other possibility was that a couple weirdos had come in here, and it would seem it had been that. While it was true I considered Kakashi a rival, my rivalry with him paled in comparison to the extremes in which Guy had taken it. Everything this man did was an extreme, his whole life motto about living your youth to its fullest. While I certainly didn't hate Guy the way I did as a kid, I could feel the headache beginning to form already at the thought of dealing with him and his miniature clone of a pupil. "Ah! Sensei, a ghost!" Lee screamed in shrill terror at the top of his lungs, pointing directly at me. Despite this, the two of them hadn't slowed down for even a step. It would seem they were determined to barrel right through me. "Show it what you're made of, Lee." Guts. Guy didn't even recognize it was me, although he usually never did. The man had a proclivity for not being able to remember faces. Which is why I think he latched so strongly onto Kakashi, as my former teammate always wore that mask. Never mind that for the moment, I had bigger problems. Double Dash Guy jumped into the air, legs shooting out in a kick powerful enough to destroy a standing structure. Dynamic entry. Lee joined his sensei, the two of them aiming to separate my top half from my bottom. Shit, not seeing much choice and already having the power of my eye prepared, I unleashed my jutsu. The two of them passed through me, slipping by my body as if I actually was a ghost and no longer a denizen of this realm. Wadash. Guy's eyes widened, and just before his face passed through mine, I think I saw realization begin to dawn on him. The two of them landed several meters behind me, spinning around with their guards still raised. "Sensei, it truly is a ghost. We cannot hit it with physical attacks. What shall we do?" Lee still hadn't caught on yet, and despite facing me down, he was clearly shaking in his combat stance. "No, Lee." Guy finally relaxed, shaking his head and then smiling at me. "It would appear it is our good friend, Uchiha Obito." Oh, thank goodness he actually remembered my face this time. As expected, but even my features couldn't be forgotten by the man most notorious for never remembering anyone. "Ah, yes." Lee suddenly stood ramrod straight, before bowing deeply to me in separate rigid motions. "Thank you for your assistance on our last mission to the Land of Steam. I apologize for attacking you just now. Guy-sensei and I thought to use this place to increase our speed by using the fear of a ghost attack as motivation." Yep, that sounded about like some kinda crazy idea Guy would cook up all right. Hey, Obito-senpai." Naruto was standing next to me. One had gripped the cuff of my jacket sleeve while he pointed blatantly at them with the other. "Who the heck are these weirdos with the huge eyebrows? Where do I even begin with answering that one?" I asked myself aloud. These are my Guy and Rock Lee. Guy is, well, a former classmate of mine, and Lee is his student. If I remembered right, Lee would have only become a Chunin the year before Naruto had. So they were about the same age, which was starting to give me an idea. Okay, and what did he mean about the mission in the Land of Steam? Naruto then asked. Was it dangerous? Like an A-class mission? Technically, my personal mission there had been an S-class one, but I wasn't about to tell Naruto that. Something like that, so I tried to downplay it instead. The last Chunin Exams 6 months ago were hosted by the Land of Steam. I answered while trying as best as possible to be vague since most of the details of that mission were actually classified. I needed an excuse to infiltrate the village, so Guy and his Chunin team were sent to take the exams and also to act as my backup. Lee here actually received his promotion during those exams, as did his two teammates if I remember right. I glanced at Guy for confirmation, and he nodded with a smile absolutely beaming with pride. What I couldn't tell Naruto was there had been an evil cult-like religion growing within the country that worshipped this god called Jashin. The government itself wanted to wipe it out, but was incapable of doing so on their own due to recent demilitarization. That's when they had called upon the services of my master Jiraiya for help. He placed me in charge of the mission, and it had been my solution to stage a fake Chunin Exams to flush them out, as they were a cult obsessed with violence and there weren't events much more violent than these exams. Lee and his teammates even believed the exams to be real, only Guy and myself knowing the truth. So to further authenticate the lie, I had recommended them for promotion after everything was over, believing them ready anyways, and it would appear the Hokage had agreed with my assessment. Anyway, this might be a good opportunity. I nodded at Guy, speaking directly to him now. As you probably know, Naruto here is Kakashi's student and he's taking part in the finals for this round's Chunin Exams, so how about it? Think it would be okay if he and Lee spared a little? I think it would be good for Naruto to get some experience from someone that just became a Chunin himself. It will give him a little more idea about what level we're expecting. Eh? Naruto immediately cried. I have to spar against this weirdo? I made a point of ignoring him, but I definitely saw the competitive flames light up in Lee's eyes. Guy also saw the fire of passion burning in his young charge and so immediately nodded. A youthful idea. You are most wise to seek out my leave for nurturing young Naruto's growth. It wasn't exactly like I had been seeking him out, they came to us. Of course, I didn't say that out loud. Great, good luck Naruto. I pat my student on the head, before Guy, and I walked over to the side of the bridge to give the two of them space for their fight. Naruto continued to grumble complaints the whole time, not at all paying attention to his new opponent. I look forward to working with you, Naruto. Lee was at least a good sport about it. He bowed to Naruto and then took a familiar fighting stance, placing one arm behind his back and holding a hand in front of himself, palm facing upwards. Please come at me whenever you are ready. TCH, fine. Naruto finally seemed to realize he wasn't getting out of this and took a half-hearted stance of his own. I actually couldn't wait for what was about to happen, already having a decent idea of Lee's style and having been on the receiving end of something like this myself back when Guy and I were still Genin. Neither one of them moved for several agonizing seconds, both of them waiting for the other to crack first. Of course it was Naruto who could no longer contain himself. In a burst of speed and with a loud shout, he closed the distance between them. He cocked his fist back, intending to go for a straight-on approach. I don't even think he realized what happened next. In one fluid motion, Lee had shifted his open palm so the tips of his fingers were pushing down on top of Naruto's fist, guiding the punch smoothly past him. He then turned his body, leg coming around and simply catching Naruto in a trip. With a simple flick and Naruto was sent spinning like a top, crashing on his back and rolling all the way down the slope of the bridge to the dirt road. What the hell? He recovered quickly enough, jumping to his feet and looking at Lee as if he just cheated. But what? He looked at me and I couldn't help but chuckle, shrugging at him as if to say that's what he got for underestimating his opponent. I believe that is my point. Lee smirked at Naruto, but not in a way that could be described as cocky. More like just satisfied with himself for having been able to get a little payback. The fire in his eyes also said that he was expecting Naruto to take things seriously now. Something he finally seemed to realize. The earlier begrudging reluctance on Naruto's face was replaced now with his own grin of anticipation. Okay, it is on. He formed his favorite seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 4 clones popped into existence and all 5 started to charge together. If Lee was surprised by the materialization of real physical shadow clones, he didn't show it. He also seemed to understand it would be unwise to remain on the defensive now that he was outnumbered and met Naruto's charge head-on. In only the first couple of traded blows, and Lee managed to pop several of the clones. Even outnumbered, and the level gap between Lee's taijutsu skill and Naruto's was far too wide. At this rate, Naruto was going to need to change something up if he wanted to close that distance in any way. Thinking the same thing, Naruto created a dozen more clones just as his last one from the first group popped out of existence. This time, instead of charging in with his clones, the original Naruto and one other held back. Lee's eyes narrowed slightly, noticing the sudden shift in strategy. However, he appeared to not mind, pretending to fall for Naruto's tactic as he once again engaged the charging clones. It was like watching a professional dancer, the way Lee twisted and moved, dodging Naruto's barrage of kicks and punches as if he wasn't even trying. All the while returning with his own powerful blows. Every punch he threw didn't look like they should have that much power behind them, yet I could feel the subtle shockwaves from here with every blow he landed. This kid, he was probably even stronger than Guy had been at that age. Once again Lee wiped out every attacking clone. It was when the last clone burst that Naruto sprung his surprise attack. Katan, Fire Flower Jutsu. Both Naruto and his clone had already performed the hand signs and melded the chakra while Lee was fighting the other clones. The only thing left was to release the jutsu. It was at this point every time that Naruto failed. He had memorized the hand seals, learned the timing for the shuriken, mastered converting the chakra in his lungs into flames. It was maintaining the chakra once it was outside that always tripped him up. Normally in a matter of moments the flames would fizzle, Naruto losing control of the chakra and leaving the shuriken as just slightly heated projectiles. This time was unlike all those before. Naruto didn't realize it, but I had purposely been having him practice the jutsu under conditions that were harder for him, such as pressuring him while he was attempting to weave the signs and making him practice while water walking, diverting his attention and chakra control elsewhere. This time he had none of those distractions. The twin sets of fireballs flew at Lee in a mesmerizing spiral pattern, both Naruto and his clone guiding them as he had been taught. The jutsu was a success. Naruto had successfully performed it for the first time, technically twice. Just because he finally pulled it off didn't mean the attack was going to go well. Leaf Hurricane. Lee seemed to realize that Naruto was barely maintaining the fireballs as they were, even now the flames threatening to flicker out. So he spun in place, swinging a powerful kick into empty air. His aim hadn't been to hit anything, but to generate a gale powerful enough to knock the flames out of existence. It worked. The fireballs disappeared, leaving the shuriken behind. What? Lee must not have seen Naruto using the shuriken as a catalyst to maintain the jutsu, because he was suddenly caught off guard as the dozen spinning blades closed in on him. No time to dodge, he slipped a kunai out from an orange leg warmer, slashing at the blades and deflecting most of them. All except one, which grazed his left bicep. It wasn't a deep cut, just enough to tear his green jumpsuit and cause a small trickle of blood. But it was still a hit. I did it! Naruto whooped, jumping into the air. He and his clone then high-fived before embracing one another in a celebratory hug. Lee didn't appear to know exactly what Naruto was celebrating, but the enthusiasm was infectious and he was also smiling as he jogged up to his opponent to congratulate him. Well done, Naruto. I am most impressed by your skill. He held up both hands and neither Naruto hesitated in passing the high fives to him. Hee, thanks bushy brow. Naruto had already given him some weird nickname. You were really awesome too, you know. I was surprised by the wallop you pack. Where did you even learn to punch like that? As the two of them started a friendly banter, Guy and I couldn't help but smile at our pupils. Oh my goodness! Guy shouted, giving me a thumbs up. I expected nothing less from Kakashi's student, but it would seem you have also been working him quite hard. You might just be a natural teacher. I shook my head at the praise. My skill or lack thereof as a teacher really has nothing to do with it. Naruto is simply his father's child, that's all. Besides, Lee is quite impressive himself. I returned the compliment. I would go so far as to say he reminds me a lot of you back when we were that age. Although you haven't exactly changed much. To this guy let out a boisterous laugh. That's because I'm still inside my springtime of youth. That was certainly one way to put it. Although, I will say you have changed quite a bit yourself. The loud and obnoxious way he had been speaking disappeared, replaced now by a more concerned tone. I couldn't help but glance over to see him in one of his more serious moods. A rare sight. I could only shrug. Yeah, well, a lot happened. There really wasn't anything more I could say then that without thinking about it too much myself, which I had been actively avoiding for this past week. I know. Guy nodded and I hoped he would drop it there, but he didn't. To be honest, it makes me a little sad. I know it affects Kakashi too, seeing you as you are now. Even you must realize that is why he started mimicking your old mannerisms? Part of me wondered if someone was putting him up to this. However, I got the feeling that wasn't the case. He was just generally concerned as an old classmate. Guy was a good guy, but I didn't want him or anyone else digging into my business like this, dragging up old wounds. We can't all be like you, Guy. I said, fighting the urge to sigh. There wasn't even anger in my words. I just felt tired of it all. Yet somehow it felt like the lack of energy in my response was what upset him the most. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Guy pointed at me, voice raising ever so slightly. You used to be such a spirited youth. It's why I was okay with accepting you as another one of Kakashi's eternal rivals. Your ambition to become Hokage was the mark of a great man. Why would you give up on such a dream? Now he went and said it. I felt something boil in my stomach, and just as I turned to finally tell him off, a third voice interrupted us. What? Naruto had at some point taken notice of our conversation, he and Lee now standing not far from us. While Lee looked at least slightly embarrassed to have been caught listening in, Naruto had much bigger things on his mind. That's a lie, isn't it, Obito-senpai? He asked me, laughing almost nervously like we were just telling bad jokes. You haven't really given up on becoming Hokage, right? A small part of me thought to lie to him. To tell him that it was indeed just a joke. Two old war buddies giving each other a hard time, nothing more than that. I honestly think Naruto would probably believe it if I did tell him such bullshit. Because deep down he wanted to believe it. However, I knew this conversation was coming sooner or later. It was only a matter of time before I finally blew up at him, unable to take it anymore. He brought up that damn dream too many times. So in a way, this was better. I could calmly give him the facts, lay it all out on the table, and make him understand why it just wasn't a realistic or even a very good dream. It's not a lie. So I told him pointedly, not holding back at all. I haven't sought the mantle of Hokage for a long time now. So then everything up until now has been the lying instead? His response was predicted, so I was already prepared for that. No. I said quickly. I have never once told you I wanted to become Hokage. Rin was just remembering pointless things, as is Guy. I shot him a quick glare out of my one eye. He did look apologetic, but I couldn't actually hold it against him. He had no way of knowing this was going to happen. It was too late now, and the only thing left was to get through it. The fact of the matter is, I probably never actually wanted to be Hokage. I was just a lonely kid looking for attention. I thought by telling people I wanted to be Hokage they would have to acknowledge me. It was just me being a stupid kid. Nothing more than that. You can't mean that. Naruto screamed before the last sentence even completely left my mouth. Nachan told me about it, how you and my dad used to talk for hours about what you would do after you became Hokage. He believed in you, so there's no way I can believe those talks the two of you had were all a lie. I won't believe that. Damn it, Rin, there she went again and again telling Naruto pointless stuff, filling his head with all this garbage about how I used to behave. Naruto. Despite myself, I felt my own temper begin to rise and I was starting to lose the composure I had been hoping to maintain for this conversation. Having Naruto use his own father, my teacher, against me in this argument was just something I couldn't overlook. You'll figure it out one day too. Take it from me. Nobody actually wants to become Hokage, no matter how much they think they do. My dad did become Hokage. Naruto bellowed, now shouting at the top of his lungs. He wanted to become Hokage, and he did. All that time believing that when he retired you would become the fifth, you know. Tears were threatening to fall from his eyes at any moment now. And look at what really happened. I knew I was about to regret those next words before I even yelled them. Your father became the Hokage, and now he's dead. He didn't even make it long enough for me to grow up. Meanwhile, I'm like this. I gestured to my scarred face using the arm that wasn't even made of my own flesh. How can you possibly think anyone would accept someone like me as the Hokage? Open your eyes, Naruto. Naruto started chuckling, either too shocked for words or finding something about what I said funny. Tears also freely rolled down his cheeks now. Despite this, I didn't soften my glare. I was right when I first met you, you know. There's no point in learning the basics from some weakling who just gives up on his dream. My dad would be pretty disappointed in you, he said. I started to rebut him but stopped. Something about those words just now shook me. Right down to my very core I felt it. Whether it be the content of his words or just the calm way in which he said them, or maybe even both, I was incapable of making Naruto see my reason. He wasn't going to give up that easily. See ya. Naruto put his hands in his pockets, turning and walking away just like that. There was nothing more for either of us to say to one another. We were both set in our ways. In a way, I finally got what I wanted. I had been trying to get out of training him from the beginning. Now I finally had a way to cut ties with him. After he told Rin about this, there was no way I was going to be able to continue teaching him. This was a victory in a sense. So why in the hell did I feel like I had just lost? After my fight with Naruto, I wasn't exactly sure what happened. It was like 1 second it was noon, and the next it was already dusk. My memories just jumbled together and didn't make any discernible sense. Like I was just floating from place to place without any real connection between them. I know I must have said goodbye to Guy and his student, but I didn't even remember it. Was it possible I just left them there without a word? I didn't know. I didn't give a damn either. Ha! I shouted in exertion, banishing all these pointless thoughts from my mind. The only thing that was important was my training. Just forget about everything else. Fist met fist, my punch connecting with the solid wood of my clone. The sound of our clash echoed all around us inside the Uchiha Estate Dojo. It wasn't enough. Over the sound of our combat, Naruto's words kept playing over and over again inside my head. They wouldn't disappear. I just needed them to disappear. A deep, guttural roar tore from my throat and I unleashed a barrage of punches at my clone, no strategy or thought behind them. Just a single base instinct to erase the doppelganger in front of me. In contrast, the clone I had created without emotions kept a calm head. It continued to guard against my relentless barrage, all the while waiting. It knew an opening would come. Sweat dripped down my face and for a moment I missed my old goggles. If they hadn't been crushed by that boulder, maybe I would still have them. Maybe they would have kept the sweat from dripping into my one eye. The salty sting caused me to flinch, not even for a full second. But it was enough. There was a gap in my assault and my clone didn't miss it. His arm shot forward, but not in a punch. He grabbed me by the scruff of my jacket and hoisted me forward. In that same motion he swept my feet out from under me. The world spun as I was thrown through the air and over the top of my clone's head. I didn't even get the chance to correct course, smashing onto the hardwood floor of the dojo a moment later and rolling several meters to a stop. Shit, damn it. I saw red. Everything around me disappeared as my anger took over. I was barely aware of what I was doing as my hands began forming the signs. Katan, Fireball Jutsu. By the time I came to, the great fireball had already burnt my clone to a crisp. Only smoldering pieces of burnt bark remained where an exact copy of me had just been standing. Do you wish to talk about it? Itachi stood at the doorway. How long he had been watching for now I couldn't say. I hadn't even sensed his presence until he called out to me just now. Not that it mattered to me if he was watching or not. I turned my attention away from him and down to my own clothes as I started to dust myself off. I think it's pretty obvious that I don't. I said, not at all caring how I was addressing my superior. It was what he got for asking me a stupid question. What were those Sharingan even for if he thought it looked like I wanted to talk? You're right, I apologize. With those words, ordinarily you would think this meant he was going to leave me alone and get out. Instead, he shut the door behind him and walked until he was standing in front of me. Allow me to rephrase it, you and I are going to talk about it. He then sat down Seiza style. When I didn't move, he merely glanced up and said, "Don't make me have to give you an order as clan head." Heh, I scoffed. Pretty sure I'm technically still banished. Despite those words, I did as asked and dropped down to my butt, now sitting with my legs crossed. It wasn't like I was about to push Itachi. Despite being younger than me, and even if he technically didn't have control over me as clan head, there were definitely ways he could get me to go along with him. So it was better just to do this the easy way. Itachi nodded appreciatively at my compliance. Truth be told, there isn't much meaning in calling myself clan head. He said, surprising me. I thought he was going to talk about my problems, but it was still about this. As you know, our clan is just 6 people. Of them is my mother, my brother, my lover, my best friend, and you. Nice to know I was the odd one out. Even if you don't say that, I know. I deadpanned, not at all seeing where he was going with this. I do not believe you do. He said matter-of-factly. My point is, why do you think it is I took the position of clan head, when such a position at this point is only mostly ceremonial? I have no real power. We were stripped of any kind of influence from the village after the clan massacre and subsequent execution of Danzo. So I don't have any power there. Meanwhile, the only ones I hold sway over here are people I would never have to command to do anything. As you said, even you, who are the most distant to me, are not a true member of the clan. So I truly don't even have any power among any of the Uchiha. Yet I bear the title as head. All right, I'll bite. I relented. Why did you take the title of clan head then? There was no way I would actually know the answer. It was a rhetorical question he was asking of me. There was some lesson to be found here, but I still wasn't sure what it was. It is my punishment. Itachi said simply. I believe the saying is, heavy is the head that wears the crown. For my crimes against the previous clan head, my own father, and for the crimes I nearly committed, I took this title. Not for ceremonial purposes, but to remind myself that I am still being punished. His words caused me to shift uncomfortably. Punishment was in a way what I saw too, so what he was talking about resonated within me. What do you mean by crimes that you almost committed? I couldn't help but ask. The smile Itachi gave in response to that question terrified me to the core. Did you know I was planning on killing you? He asked so nonchalantly I almost thought he was joking. Yet I knew he was being serious. Before the attack by Root, I was already in negotiations with Danzo. In exchange for wiping out the whole clan except my brother, he would agree to keep our clan's planned coup d'etat a secret. Then, years later, I would be killed by my brother in revenge for the clan. That had been my plan. I was silent. There were literally no words I could think to possibly say in the face of such a bombshell confession. Of course, I knew that Itachi's father, Fugaku, and the rest of the clan had been planning to turn against the Leaf. Izumi had been the one to tell me, but she had also been worried about Itachi. She had secretly followed him one time to a meeting with Danzo. It was how I knew that old bastard had been involved in the first place and why I began monitoring him at her request. To know they had planned to go that far, however. Shursui knew. I mumbled, finally putting the pieces together. Itachi nodded in confirmation. Now I knew why Shursui did what he had done. He had also gone to meet with Danzo, but for a different purpose. It was his intention to use Kodo Amatsukami, the ultimate genjutsu granted by his Mangekyo Sharingan, to trick Danzo into striking first with Root. Danzo had other plans and wanted Shursui's eyes for himself. Neither of them had been aware I was there for the meeting, and when Danzo attacked in an attempt to steal his eyes, I had used my own Mangekyo to save him. Only after did I learn that Shursui had already planted the genjutsu in Danzo's mind. In a rush, I managed to warn Izumi in time to save her life. But I was too late to stop the attack. Root struck before the Uchiha could finish the preparations for their own invasion. Everyone had died except the 6 of us, and all this time I thought it had been my fault for saving Shursui's life. If I had just let Danzo kill him and take his eyes, maybe some kind of agreement could have been reached. Maybe there wouldn't have been any fighting at all. That had just been my delusion. The clan was going to be wiped out no matter what, huh? I asked. What a terrible joke this all was. Were we all really so rotten just like that man had said? No one knows for sure. Itachi said, shaking his head. Maybe if I had tried to find a different way. Perhaps if I trusted in my brother or best friend. It was because I couldn't that Shursui felt the need to do that. If the clan was going to be wiped out either way, he wanted to save me from my guilt. Instead, it just wound up being the 3 of us that now have to bear it. Shursui for being the one to cast the genjutsu that would lead Danzo to wiping out our clan. Me for having made him feel like there was no other option. And you for having saved Shursui's life. This isn't making me feel any better, Itachi. I couldn't decide whether to laugh or cry. Why after all this time was he telling me this? This is something only Shursui and I knew until now. You had a right to know as the 3rd one bearing the responsibility. Not even Hokage-sama knows most of this. Also, there is one more thing I must confess to you, and it is the real reason I took the title of clan head. He wasn't done yet, it would seem. Just how much more down did he want to make me feel? You must already realize it, but when Shursui told me what he had done, I managed to get there in time to save my brother and then my mother. The truth is, I could have also saved my father. Now that Itachi said it, I did always kind of suspect something had been amiss about that. All 4 of them lived in the same house and the attack had happened at night when most would be asleep. This meant they must have all been there. So why was it that Itachi had been able to save 2 of his family, but not that 3rd? Deep down, he was right and I had already realized the truth. My father, Fugaku, was the one organizing the clan coup d'etat. He hadn't been the one to start planning it, but as the clan head he was going to be the one to see it done. Even more so after the attack by Root. So after getting Sasuke and my mother to safety I returned, and killed him myself. And there it was. The final truth of that night. The real reason why Itachi had become head of a clan without any real power. You're forgetting one thing though. I said, glancing up to the ceiling as I recalled an incident even further back. Your father and the other Uchiha felt pressured into having to take extreme measures because of the nine-tailed fox attack years before. There was never any proof anyone could find because I hid the corpse of the real perpetrator, but most of the village had come to suspect an Uchiha was somehow involved. They were right, but it hadn't been someone that anyone thought was alive. So our clan was unfairly persecuted for something they had nothing to do with. That one is solely on me. So the majority of blame is still mine. So you say. Itachi nodded along to what I was saying, but then held up a single finger. However, no matter how many times you make that claim, you fail to state why it is you believe it to be your fault. Are you not simply projecting? You lost your sensei in that attack. And you were also a banished clan member. So unlike other Uchiha, you were free from persecution that the others suffered, and you feel that is unfair, do you not? That is the true source of that guilt, I believe. It was a good theory. It might even be partially true that I felt that way, but it wasn't the whole story. Let's just pretend and say it's exactly like you just put it. I said, really just beginning to get tired of this conversation. Why was it that everyone in this damn village wanted to talk so much about the past with me? Couldn't we just all forget about it and move on? Wouldn't that be easier? Never mind that the one most stuck living in it was me. Get to the point of all this already, Itachi. Yes, you're right. Itachi closed his eyes and nodded. We've gotten off track. My point is, I became the clan head because it was a suitable punishment for my crimes. So that is why for you to truly move on and accept punishment for whatever crimes it is you think you committed. He paused, just long enough for me to think I was going to have to tell him to continue. You should become Hokage. There was complete silence following that statement. Even all my thoughts had come to a halt. There was just no way I could think anything after having heard something as ridiculous as that. I wanted to laugh out loud. I actually might have if I wasn't so sick of this. Each and every one of you. I ground my teeth so hard I thought they might crack. Why is it so hard for you all to understand that I gave up on my dream of being Hokage? I reached forward and grabbed Itachi by the cuff of his shirt without thinking. The last person in this village that should become Hokage is me, don't you all get that? If my shouting or aggressive actions bothered Itachi, he didn't show it. Instead, he looked at me as calmly as ever and said, that is precisely why it should be you. If you truly feel you are so unfit to become Hokage, then is it not a suitable punishment for you to take on that role? Perhaps then you will find peace with yourself. That doesn't make any damn sense. I shoved him back, falling back into my sitting position as I continued to glare at him. The Hokage is the role reserved for the most respected man in the village. Someone that everyone has acknowledged. A Hokage should be strong, he should be someone that can lead people. You calling the title of Hokage a punishment is contradicting yourself. To this Itachi laughed, for perhaps the first time I had ever seen, he laughed. The one contradicting himself is you. He then declared, pointing a finger right at me. For someone that has given up on becoming Hokage, you still seem to hold the position in incredibly high esteem. So no, you are the one here that doesn't make sense. If you had truly given up on it, you would resent the title itself and everything it stood for. Because it would be a symbol of everything that you had lost in your life. Instead, you cherish that title more than ever. You cherish it so much you've convinced yourself that no one can ever be worthy of it after your sensei. Least of all yourself. Again, there was nothing I could say. Itachi seemed to know this, smiling at me with pity. You are worthy of the title of Hokage, Obito. I believe it. Izumi and Shisui believe it. Noara Rin and Hatake Kakashi believe it. Your sensei most certainly believed it. The only one who truly doubts it is you. Yet you are the one who just said the Hokage is someone acknowledged by everyone. The only person left to acknowledge you is yourself. I felt a sudden perspiration on my wrist, and for a moment I thought I had broken out in a cold sweat. Touching my hand to my face, however, I then realized I was crying. Somewhere along the line while Itachi was speaking and I had begun crying. Please think about what I have said. Itachi stood up to leave. He never even asked about what had been bothering me. From the beginning he had known what it truly was. So he didn't need to know about the fight with Naruto. Because while that fight had been the trigger, Itachi hadn't been interested in that. I kinda wanted to hate him for being so perceptive. Right now, however, I was just grateful. Because I knew what it was I had to do next. There was still no way I thought I would become Hokage, and I wasn't stupid enough to think about starting to dream for it again now of all times. However, what I said to Naruto back there had been unforgivable. I thought I was trying to spare him from future pain, but all I was really doing was trying to make him like me. I think a part of me had wanted to see him become me. As if that happening would somehow confirm that I had been right all along, justified in telling myself to give up. Naruto hadn't taken my bait, and now I knew why. It was because my argument was fundamentally flawed. I wanted him to hate something I myself couldn't even hate. That was why there was only one thing I could do from here. I had to go apologize to Naruto. For the first time in over a week, I found myself once again stuck outside the door to Rin's home. Why was it that I found it so hard to muster up the courage every time I came over here? To be fair, I had a pretty good reason this time. The fight with Naruto had been all my fault. There was a very good chance he wasn't even going to want to talk to me. And an apology probably wasn't going to be enough to make everything go back to the way it had been between us before now. Even so, I owed it to him and to myself to try. While I was at it, I should probably apologize to Rin for being so distant upon my return. I'd been putting her through so much for a long time now, and it only seemed to have gotten worse since I got back. Realizing that only doubled the pressure, and I was starting to debate about doing this tomorrow instead. It was already late, after all. The sun had set and they were probably tired. Giving Naruto a good night's sleep would also be a good idea. Might make him more receptive to an apology that way. Yeah, I found myself nodding along to myself at this sudden inspiration. Never mind the fact that I knew it was really just me chickening out for the moment. Merely pushing back the inevitable, if you will. Just as I settled on giving up for the day and running away, I heard a small shuffling sound on the other side of the door. Someone was preparing to leave. If I used my dojutsu, there was plenty of time to get out of there without being caught. Yet I think deep down a part of me wanted to be discovered, and I froze in place, unable to come to any kind of real decision long enough for the door to swing open. Obito! Rin gasped the moment she saw me. I wasn't exactly sure what kind of face I was expecting her to make, but relief certainly hadn't been one of them. Anger and disappointment would have been much higher on my list, yet there wasn't even a trace of that. That relief did give way to concern, however, when she glanced around me and seemed to notice something was missing. "Where's Naruto?" she asked. "You mean he hasn't come back yet?" I couldn't help but be surprised myself. I knew the revelation I didn't want to become Hokage and the subsequent fight had been something of a shock to him, but I didn't think it had been a big enough deal that he wouldn't come home. This was bad, the other possibility being he hadn't been able to come home for some reason. "I'll go look for him." I turned to leave and do just that, but Rin suddenly caught me by the wrist. "Wait, tell me what happened first. Why isn't he with you?" she asked, pulling me back as if to drag me into her apartment. Despite the fact she could have only been leaving to go look for him herself just now. I resisted her pull, trying to snap my wrist free, but she had an iron grip. I wasn't getting out of this unless I decided to use my dojutsu to slip through her touch. Or tell her the truth. Do we really have the time for that? I asked, not committing to either of those choices. Naruto could be in trouble right now. Even if it's nothing, after everything that has been going on, do you really want to leave anything to chance? Obito! Rin yelled, the anger I had been looking for this whole time finally surfacing. Talk to me, damn it. Don't just keep shutting me out. You're hurting and hurting, yet you keep hiding it from me and pretending like I can't see it. You promised me you wouldn't hide your wounds, don't you remember? Tears threatened to fall from her eyes, and I realized just how much her emotions had been bubbling up inside. For how many years had she been holding onto that one, I couldn't help but wonder. It was true that I needed to find Naruto. However, it would appear that I needed to prioritize Rin for now. I had been hurting her for far longer than I had been needing to apologize to Naruto, after all. He could probably wait a little while longer. You're right, I'm sorry. I relaxed my wrist in her hand and took a step forward. As kids we were always about the same height, but as adults I towered over her petite frame. Can I come inside? There's probably a lot we have to talk about. Rin simply nodded and the two of us entered together, closing the door shut on our way in. The whole time she never let go of my wrist, even as we moved to the living area and sat down on the sofa side by side. I'm not even sure she was aware she was still holding on to me. Or maybe she was afraid I would try to bolt the second she let go. Either way, such proximity to her would normally leave me a nervous and babbling mess. Right now just didn't feel like the time for that, and there were far more pressing matters on my mind. Naruto and I got into a fight. I finally told her what happened, deciding to just start from the most recent of events. He found out about how I'd given up on becoming Hokage and, well, I probably don't need to tell you, but he got pissed. I almost laughed in self-derision. I didn't handle myself any better and lost my composure. After that he just went storming off. This was around noon. And after that? Rin asked. I didn't realize it, but at some point she had started running her hand gently through my hair. It made me realize how much like a real mother she had become. There was no doubt she did this exact same thing for Naruto whenever he was down. What I felt like she didn't do was rest her head on his shoulder, which she had also just started doing with me. I went back home. I said. Since when did I start coming to think of the clan estate as home? I wasn't sure. Yet it was undoubtedly the closest place to home that I could give the word to. While there I had a chat with Itachi and, well, let's just say he talked a little sense into me. I came here to apologize to Naruto, and to you. Me? Rin asked, lifting her head and looking up at me with her brown eyes. She must have known I had a mountain of things to apologize to her for, but it would seem she had given up on expecting any kind of apology from me on any of those things. Yeah. I nodded. I made you wait a long time to hear this, but I'm sorry. After all this time, I finally said it. That promise I made to you, it looks like I won't be able to keep it. One day, I was going to become Hokage and save the world. I always used to say this, but no one ever believed me back then. Rin was the only one. As if to honor that, I promised her I would definitely fulfill that dream. She knew without me saying it that this was the promise I was talking about. She just had to. Yet for some reason she smiled and then shook her head. No, Obito. You don't have to apologize for that. Haven't you been giving it your best? It wasn't so much a question she asked, but more of an affirmation. As if she legitimately thought I was giving it my best the whole time. I opened my mouth to refute her, but she kept going. I've been watching you all along. She proclaimed. It looks like you've gotten a little lost along the way, but that's how you've always been. There's still time, Obito. Your promise to me hasn't been broken. It's from here on out that you can continue to reach for it. The whole time she continued to smile at me in that same way that she always did. In that way that told me more than words ever could how much she believed in me, even when I never did anything to give her such a reason to. Now come on, she stood from the sofa, pulling me up with her. Let's go apologize to Naruto. Up until this point, I was unable to get in a word edgewise. As she began to pull me towards the door, however, I remained rooted in place. She looked back at me curiously. Rin, do you mind waiting just a little longer? I couldn't help but ask. She tilted her head, not yet understanding what I was talking about. I can't become Hokage, not like I am now. I clarified. She looked like there was something she wanted to say, but she kept quiet. She must have realized I wasn't done. I do think that maybe. I'm a little closer than I was before. I still feel like I'm a little lost, but I think I might have found the path back to the main road again. So, just a little while longer is fine. Please wait for me. For the first time in a long time, I felt glad to have come back to the leaf again. Geez. She moaned, before then letting out a soft giggle. Even if you didn't ask, it's obvious I would. I'm the one always stuck waiting for you, dummy. Despite saying that, she didn't seem to mind at all. If anything, she looked only all too happy to be stuck having to wait for me. Damn it, I was reminded all over again why I kept falling for her time after time. We shouldn't keep Naruto waiting though. She then added as an afterthought. He's not nearly as patient as I am. I scoffed. Yeah, no kidding. This was a huge relief though. With Rin by my side, I had a feeling we could convince Naruto to hear me out somehow. He might not like to hear everything I have to say, but I had to at least believe it would go better than our last talk. Hold on tight. I warned, the shape of my Sharingan changing as I activated my Mangekyo. We're gonna change locations. Okay, she nodded, suddenly pressing her whole body against mine. I hadn't meant that she had to do that, and I thought she was aware that my ability didn't need us to be this close to properly use. As we had been would have been fine. Still, I wasn't about to clear up the misunderstanding either. With a slight smile and blush tinting my cheeks, the world around us bent away. It wasn't actually the world, but us getting pulled into a vortex with my eye at the center of it. An instant later and Rin's living room turned into a view of our village from atop the fourth's head. That was the true power of my Mangekyo, able to jump to any place I had seen or been before by accessing a separate dimension. I referred to this miniature pocket space that I used to get around as Kamui, and it was the same name given to my jutsu as well. As for why atop the Hokage rock, well, there wasn't any better place to search for Naruto than from a high vantage point. It had nothing to do with our previous conversation, I swear. Cold. Rin shivered, pressing her body a little more closely against mine as a powerful gust of wind battered at us. Even at the height of summer, it was expected for the sudden altitude shift to cause us to be a little chilly. Being the dead of night didn't help anything either. Just bear with it for a minute. My Sharingan I was already scanning the village for any traces of Naruto's chakra signature. It shouldn't be hard to find, considering how much of it he freaking had. Not to mention having the fox sealed inside him gave it a distinct color that made it all too discernible from all other chakra. Despite being night, the entire village was awash in the light of a full moon. The busier sections of the village benefited less from this natural light, those parts already glowing like beacons. However, the forests and more residential parts of the village were also much easier to view now thanks to the moonlight. As it was, I shouldn't have to strain my Sharingan too much, even smaller chakra signatures more distinct to me. I was reminded of something that man once said, about how our eyes were directly linked to the moon itself. Which made me wonder if this was part of what he had meant. A sudden flicker caught my eye and my Sharingan focused on that. As it did, my brain tried to determine what part of the village that was. I soon recognized it as the designated area for foreign diplomats, as well as any shinobi that had some kind of connection to the exams. I was about to move on from that area, figuring any kind of flare of chakra was just because some of the contestants were training or practicing their moves. However, just before I did, one of the flaring chakra signatures looked familiar to me. I couldn't say who it was, but that was definitely a shinobi of the leaf. Just as I focused in on that flare, it went dark. Not in a natural way, as in they were no longer utilizing their chakra. No, even then there was a signature. This kind of sudden drop in chakra could only mean one thing: death. Rin, I said, my voice grave. Her hold against me tightened and brown eyes hardened in resolve. I had to say nothing more than that for her to know we were about to jump into danger. We had faced life and death together numerous times already. So it was easy to recognize when one of us sensed a possible battle. I activated Kamui, the two of us being pulled into the vortex of my Mangekyo Sharingan. The world once again twisted and bent away, only to come back into focus with us much lower to the ground, standing on a rooftop nearby where I had just seen the chakra signature flicker out. We both glanced around, on guard for any sudden attack as well as looking for anybody in need of saving. Hae-kun! Rin suddenly yelled, breaking away from me and sprinting over to a body cast aside on the very same roof we were standing on. I immediately knew now why the chakra signature had been familiar. It was yet another former classmate of mine. Although he was barely recognizable to me now, so it was incredible that Rin figured out who it was so fast. Just with a single glance, no less. My eye wasn't even immediately drawn to his face, but rather the egregious amount of blood that was around him. His Chunin vest was shredded to bits, as if thousands of tiny blades had dug into him all at once. They didn't just stop at the vest, having tore into his chest cavity and exposing his internal organs, the shiny red, still pulsating innards clearly visible in the moonlight. Even with Rin's advanced medical ninjutsu skills, I knew he was beyond saving. That didn't mean Rin wasn't going to try anyways. Hae-kun, stay with me. She called out to him again, dropping to her knees right down next to him. She didn't even care that she was getting covered in his blood. Her hands were immediately alight in a soft greenish glow. I didn't linger on the sight much longer, instead turning my back to them while scanning for any sign of the fleeing perpetrator. Even if they were lying in wait for us, I should be able to pick up on a trail of their chakra. This fight had only just ended, so there was no way they could suppress their battle spirit that quickly. Found him. My Sharingan locked in on movement over half a kilometer away. Someone jumping from roof to roof. Any kind of physical characteristics were impossible to discern from here, but that wouldn't matter once I teleported to him. Rin. I'm heading out in pursuit. Just as I started to shout this, a new surge of chakra caught my attention. Wa dash. Not just mine, but Rin's too. This surge of chakra was completely unlike the previous battle, which had been so subtle it could only be detectable by either someone with a powerful dojutsu like my own or a sensory-type ninja. No, this was much different. This chakra had an actual shape, taking the form of a giant scaly tail. Obito. It's Naruto. Rin suddenly shouted, having not let up on her emergency healing for even a second despite what was happening. For a split moment, I thought she was referring to the tail itself, but that couldn't be right. I had seen the tails of the nine-tailed fox in person. This was nothing like that, although it did feel similar. No, it wasn't the tail itself that was Naruto. The tail had come out in response to Naruto. I could see it clearly now. On the roof several blocks away were two chakra signatures. One of them was the source of this sudden monstrosity. The other was Naruto. He was in danger. I had a split-second choice to make: pursue the entity that had just done in Hay 8, or give up on that and protect Naruto. It wasn't even truly a choice. I'm on it. My dojutsu was already active, transporting me as I assured Rin that I was going to save her adopted son. The world collapsed around me, the massive tail large enough to block out the moon going from a distant image to something so close it could squish me at any second. Obito-senpai. Naruto was directly to my left, but planted firmly on the roof, eyes gazing up at the tail the same as I was. "What are you doing here?" Even in danger, and he managed to sound angry at me. Forget the fact I was here to rescue his sorry ass. "That's my question, you idiot." I snapped back at him, not in the mood for any games. On the other side of the roof was the source of the tail, a cocoon of sand with a small boy encased inside. Gaara of the desert. My one eye widened as all the pieces clicked into place. "I don't know," Naruto yelled, and I believed him. I was just wandering around after our fight, and then I came across this guy. He didn't finish the statement, but I had enough information to know what had happened. Our fight had trapped Naruto in a sea of negative feelings and emotions. I knew this because it was the same for me. However, unlike me, Naruto had a tailed beast inside him to feed on these feelings of hatred, sadness, and betrayal. That, temporary as it may have been, increased the connection to the fox, which then guided Naruto here. He might have thought he was wandering aimlessly, but his chakra had synced with Gaara's without him knowing. That was because Gaara was also a Jinchuriki. The two had been brought together by a connection they didn't even know they shared. This also explained the single tail and why it felt so similar to the fox's despite being different. The why was irrelevant for now, despite having figured it out. What was more important was getting us both out of here. I wasn't about to engage in direct combat with a Jinchuriki of a foreign village and contestant in the exams. The number of reasons why that would be a bad idea was too long to list in the limited time I had. Too bad I wasn't given any kind of say in the matter. The reason I knew it was Gaara trapped inside that cocoon of sand with a tail growing out of it was because there had been a hole about the size of his face when I first arrived here. That hole had been constantly shrinking until it was no bigger than the size of an eye socket. It should have been impossible for a jutsu to come out from a hole of that size, especially one as massive as the one that did. In a split second, an arm the size of the tail emerged from that hole and began barreling towards us. The shingles of the roof were blown away, creating a ruckus loud enough to wake the entire block. Not that it would alert anyone in time to save us. It would be easy to dodge the attack by myself. I could just use the second ability of my Mangekyo Sharingan to slip through the attack and I would be fine. This wouldn't save Naruto, however. And I couldn't use both abilities at the same time, which means I couldn't just dump Naruto safely into the Kamui dimension either. Not at the speed at which this thing was approaching. My jutsu would be too slow. There wasn't even enough time to form hand signs to launch a jutsu to counterattack. So I was just going to have to use a jutsu that didn't require hand signs. Bakufu Ranbu. Unlike other fire release jutsu, this one was unique to me, a technique I had invented myself by combining my Uchiha-born fire manipulation with the power of Kamui. I spit out a wave of pure fire that encased a massive area, while at the same time using Kamui to twist that fire as it was coming out, creating a vortex that drilled through anything in its path. My powerful fire jutsu collided with the massive sand arm of the tailed beast. Our attacks immediately canceled each other out, my fire-based jutsu being smothered by the layers of sand and the tip of that arm being burnt to a stubby crisp. It would regenerate soon enough, but that wasn't of consequence to me now. I didn't need to win, I just needed to grab Naruto and escape. That was victory enough for now. We're leaving. I don't even think Naruto fully grasped the sequence of events in the order in which they had taken place. From my arrival to now, less than 10 full seconds had passed. Catching him up to speed could come later, I decided. I reached down, grabbing him by the shoulder all while activating Kamui in one motion. Naruto had all the time to blink and the two of us were next to Rin, sitting in a pool of Hyade's blood that immediately soaked into Naruto's orange pants, dyeing them a terrible dark shade. Naruto. Rin threw herself onto him, wrapping her adopted son in a hug so tight it looked like she was trying to crush him. I didn't even need to ask about Hayate. If Rin wasn't trying to heal him anymore after such a short span of time, then he was already gone. No matter how much she cared about Naruto, she wouldn't have abandoned the effort to save someone's life if they had been savable. What the foo dash? Naruto didn't even seem to realize what was happening right now. Not that he had been teleported or that his beloved big sister figure was holding onto him. The only thing he could do was stare at the blood that had stained his palms after I dropped us off in a pool of it. Obito-senpai. He looked up at me, tears threatening to fall from his eyes at any moment. He was confused and wanted answers. It's all right, Naruto. You're safe. I had yet to remove my hand from his shoulder. A roar from several blocks over commanded all our attention. The tailed beast was retreating back into the cocoon, but it was screaming wildly as it did. For now it would really appear we had made it out of danger, but that didn't mean we could stick around here much longer either. If we did, too many questions were going to end up being asked. We're leaving now, I stated simply. Keeping one hand on Naruto's shoulder, I reached down with my other and grabbed onto Hiate's calf. Rin was still clinging to Naruto like her life depended on it, linking all four of us together. One instant we were in the darkness with only the moon to give us any light, the next and we were directly in the middle of the lobby at the village's largest hospital, where Naruto and I first met upon my return. Screams suddenly cried out from all around us, the true extent of Hiate's injuries clear for anyone to see. Rin was on her feet in an instant, shouting orders and making demands. The immediate chaos around us was completely brought under control by her quick and authoritative actions. While Rin worked, I guided Naruto over to some chairs placed against the wall. Isn't that the proctor for the final exam? Naruto's eyes were nearly vacant, and I was surprised to hear he was capable of taking in any of his surroundings at all. I traced his gaze over to Hayate and realized in that moment that he was the one Naruto was talking about. Apparently he had been in charge of monitoring the fights, which meant he would have met Naruto during the preliminaries. Although it looked like they were going to need a replacement now. Naruto, I need you to listen to me, I said, using my most authoritative voice. For a second it didn't even look like he heard me, still staring at Hayate as he was loaded onto a stretcher to be taken away. Finally, he seemed to focus back in on me. If he was still angry from earlier, he was incapable of showing it right now. I would guess he was in shock. Rin is going to have to perform an emergency autopsy, so she's going to be busy for the next few hours. You understand what I'm saying? I asked. Several agonizing seconds passed, but he eventually nodded. Good. Rin isn't going to leave the hospital, that means you aren't going to either. Just sit here. If you need anything at all, even just someone to talk to, call one of the nurses, okay? Truthfully speaking, I didn't want to leave Naruto like this. He needed someone he knew and could trust to decompress with. This might very well be the first death of an ally he had ever witnessed. If we didn't handle that right, the trauma could mess with his psyche for years to come. You're leaving? Naruto asked, his little hand grabbing onto the cuff of my jacket sleeve as if asking me not to go. Our earlier fight was truly the last thing on his mind right now. I hated to disappoint him, but there was nothing I could do about it. Naruto. I spoke his name gently, reaching a hand up and rubbing his blonde locks. I have to tell Hokage-sama what happened. He needs to know immediately, or there might be more people put in danger. More innocent people could end up like the proctor if I don't go right now. You understand that, right? I have a job to do as a shinobi of the leaf. Naruto slowly nodded. I understand. He was so completely unlike himself that it was tearing me up inside. Was this what Guy was talking about earlier when he said that he couldn't accept me as I was now? Had I become some hollow thing, incapable of being like my old self? When I come back, you and I are going to talk about that fight we had, okay? Bringing that up seemed to make some of the light return to Naruto's eyes. I have a lot of things I need to say to you, but for now just know that I'm sorry. I was wrong about most of what I said. Most? Naruto asked, at least trying to sound joking about it. Don't push it, brat. I ruffled his hair a little harder before standing up and taking a step back. I'll see you, if not again tonight then first thing in the morning at Rin's place. It's a promise. Yeah. Naruto nodded, looking at least a little more chipper than before. It wasn't much, but it was going to have to be enough for now. I activated my jutsu and the sight of Naruto distorted and twisted before vanishing completely as I once again changed locations, this time to the Hokage's place of residence. I see. The third Hokage nodded as I finished recounting the events of what had just transpired. Several long and agonizing moments after that followed as he leaned back in his chair, taking a long drag on his pipe. He then let out the smoke and my one eye followed it as it drifted to the ceiling and then spread out across the room, before finally disappearing. In consideration for me and the fact that I had just been involved in a fight, he had instructed me to take a chair and sit down across from him at his desk. I assumed it was just a courtesy as it was only the two of us and no one was there to see me. Usually I would be required to stand at attention in front of my boss. I didn't think it was because he was expecting this meeting to go on for some time. Yet even though I had finished my report, it didn't seem like he had any intention of dismissing me for the moment. I didn't want to urge him to get a move on either, but I really wanted to get back to Naruto and Rin while there was still time tonight. If this meeting went on for too long, I was going to have to go over it in the morning after all. Never mind, we should all be in bed already anyways. So tell me, Obito, what do you make of all this? He suddenly asked, snapping me from my thoughts. Sir? I couldn't help but ask back. I had already given him my report as accurately as I recalled it happened. Was he asking me to give it again, or? I'm asking, Obito, that if you were in my position, what would be your plan of action? How would you handle this? He clarified, but that explanation only left me with more questions than answers. In your position? Are you asking me if I was the Hokage right now? What would I do? He couldn't possibly mean that, but there weren't many other interpretations when you considered the options. That's exactly what I mean. The Hokage said as if his patience was running thin, completely ignoring the fact it had been him dawdling up until now. Right. I dragged out the end of my word, trying to buy myself even a couple seconds of time. I hadn't come here with the expectation I was going to have to think about things. It was supposed to be a just tell him what happened and then leave kind of thing. Of course, it wasn't like I didn't have thoughts of my own. For starters, it does seem suspicious that the hidden sand would bring a Jinchuriki to the Chunin Exams of a foreign village. Normally, they would have him take the exams when it was hosted within their own borders. Not to mention, the timing just seems to line up too well. Orochimaru targets the Sharingan, a dojutsu capable of manipulating tailed beasts, in the same exam that Sand brings their own? It's dubious at best. The Hokage nodded to what I was saying, still smoking his pipe the whole time. So you would say that I disqualified this Gaara? Am I understanding that correct? Well, no, not exactly. There were no easy solutions here as far as I could tell. Just because the timing looks suspicious doesn't mean there's any actual proof of a connection. Going by the state of Hyade's wounds, it would seem a futon jutsu had caused them at first glance, but I need to wait for Rin's autopsy report to know for sure. If it was a futon jutsu, however, that would make the likelihood that it had been a sand shinobi from the land of wind quite high. Since I failed to catch the perpetrator, we again have no proof, but wanting us to suspect the sand might also just be one of Orochimaru's schemes. If he can drive a wedge between us and our allies, it would only strengthen his position. This time the Hokage nodded and I could have sworn I saw the ghost of a satisfied smile. So for the time being we can do nothing against the hidden sand village. If anything, it sounds to me like you would wish to strengthen ties. To this I could only nod. War was something I had seen enough of in my life. One of the reasons I had wanted to become Hokage was to be able to end them. Even if I didn't necessarily still aim for the title of Hokage itself, there was no way I would ever stop desiring an end to war. That still doesn't bring up the question of the Hidden Sound village itself. The Hokage continued, taking his pipe from his mouth and pointing it at me. What would you have me do about them? Unlike with the sand, we have actual proof that at the very least the Chunin team infiltrated the exams under Orochimaru's orders. Now he was asking me about questions no longer related to my report. This had involved Gaara and one unknown assailant. There was no proof it had been someone from the Sound either, yet I was being questioned about it. There was no choice for me but to play along with his games for now. He was my boss, after all. Let's assume the worst-case scenario and the Hidden Sound village is here under Orochimaru's direct orders for some kind of invasion. Again, this was the absolute worst-case scenario and not what I necessarily believed to be true. Orochimaru is originally a shinobi from our village, your own student no less. If we reveal he is the one behind the scenes of this new village, it just makes us look bad and weakens our standing. So again, it's more a matter of just heightening security and letting what will play out, at least until we can find any direct proof of their plans or a way to stop them. Even if this means running the risk of getting the other countries and shinobi villages involved in our war? The Hokage asked. 3 other countries will have their diplomats and leaders in attendance during the exams. You would ask that I put them in danger? No. That's not what I'm saying. I started to rise from my chair, voice climbing with me. I caught myself just in time, clearing my throat and sitting back down. My point is, we can't just go picking a fight, even if it looks like Orochimaru is trying to start one with us. If we take his bait and strike first without proof or show discrimination against his shinobi who fought to be in these exams, then we're proving him right. Even if we save lives this way, we'll lose the moral battle. And I'm not sure, but that doesn't feel like Lord First's will of fire. You don't desire revenge for Gecko Height? Or at the very least to know who it was that killed your former classmate? Now that he asked that, I realized how numb to his death I had been until now. Despite the fact that we used to see each other every day at the academy. That we had fought side by side in war together. His death in my mind had just been another one in the long list of them. I've seen where revenge gets you. Most of all when it is an Uchiha seeking it. It was the only thing I could possibly say. That man had wanted revenge against me for not saving him after he had been the one to save me. My clan then wanted revenge against the village when they were blamed for the attack he caused to get that revenge. Their own search for revenge caused them to get wiped out from within. So yeah, I was pretty much over the whole revenge shtick by this point in my life. I see. The Hokage said again, and I couldn't help but wonder if he was disappointed in me. Instead, he nodded a moment later as he came to some decision. I've made up my mind. It shall be you that escorts me on the day of the final exams. I'm sorry, what? I asked, his words confusing me slightly. I had a pretty good idea of what he was asking of me, but there was just such a gap from what we had been talking about to that statement just now. So of course my mind couldn't keep up. The day of the tournament I will be sitting at the highest seat in the stadium to observe the fights and give speeches. He said, starting from the most obvious. Next to me will be the village leaders of the other 4 nations who have shinobi represented at this exam. This means the Kazekage of the Sand along with the heads of Rain, Waterfall, and Sound. Although no one knew who the head of the Hidden Sound truly was, it couldn't be possible Orochimaru himself would show up in person. All of us will have one guard allowed to stand by us at all times during the processions. The Hokage said, pointing at me again with his pipe. You will be that one I have by my side. I have use for your keen eye. If there is any sign of trouble during the exam, I want you by my side to help me deal with it. At the moment, there is no one I trust more in the village who has all the information about what is going on. Right. I nodded, finally starting to understand this for what it really was. For a moment there I had almost gotten my hopes up, so it was a good thing I kept my expectations in check. You just need me because I'm the only one that knows about the tailed beast then. While it was true a few others such as Naruto and Rin knew, they couldn't be by his side for obvious reasons. Naruto because he was a genin fighting in the tournament and Rin as Naruto's guardian. To my surprise though, the Hokage then shook his head. No, that's hardly it at all. I would also like you to get to meet some of the other leaders. My ears are starting to go in my old age, you see. I might need you to talk to them for this old man. He laughed at his own joke. Let's not even mention these darned eyes of mine. I can barely see the fights from so high. You'll need to be the one to judge the participants for me, see who is worthy of promotion or not. I cleared my throat, not sure how to say it exactly. No, the problem was I knew exactly how to say it. I just didn't want to word it that way. But upon seeing no other choice, I said it plainly. It sounds to me like you're asking me to do your job, sir. The Hokage paused for a second, blinking several times. Then he burst out into laughter. Does it now? He asked, as if the thought had only just occurred to him. Well, now maybe that wouldn't be so bad, actually. I've been thinking of retiring for a while now. Please do not joke about that, sir. I said, sounding more concerned than scolding. This village still needs you. I still needed him as well. For my whole life he had been the Hokage. It was him I saw in person and with his stone face up there on the Hokage monument. If he disappeared like Minato Sensei had, I don't know what I would do anymore. Well, let's not worry about such things as that for the time being, shall we? He must have noticed my distress, because he gave a big smile as if to show how healthy he still was. All I'm really asking of you is what I would have anyone else do if they were standing up there with me. Try not to think too hard about it. I voiced my agreement and he then let out a loud yawn. Now then, I think it's time I get these old bones of mine to bed. Sorry to have kept you so long, Obito. No problem at all, sir. I jumped to my feet, taking a rigid stance in front of him. If that is all, I will take my leave first. Forgive my rudeness, I said, bowing to him as the words left my mouth. Give my regards to Naruto and Rin for me when you see them. As expected, but he knew exactly why I was in such a hurry to get out of there. With one final word of goodbye, I used Kamui to warp out of the office. Only the place I went wasn't the hospital. Instead, I once again returned back atop the stone ahead of the fourth Hokage, my former teacher, Minato Sensei. The wind chill had dropped even further since I had last been up here, and I found myself tugging at the zipper of my jacket to make sure it was pulled up as far as possible. I slowly walked to the edge of the rock, glancing over the ledge and directly below. The Hokage tower where I had just been was clearly visible. After that, I confirmed that there were no further signs of the tailed beast from earlier. It looked like it had been taken under control for the time being. That was a good sign. I don't think the sand intended for it to get out that they had brought a tailed beast here with them. So it would have been impertinent to cover it up the moment they saw it begin to go rampant. To my knowledge, no one had seen us, but I hadn't been subtle with that flame attack. If anyone was watching, my fire would have lit up my whole face. Not to mention Naruto. Neither one of us were exactly the type to easily blend into a crowd, so it wouldn't take much digging to find us if they wanted. This meant I was going to have to keep an even closer eye on Naruto than before. I needed to start watching my own back as well. As such, I had a feeling I was about to be making much greater use of my Sharingan for the remainder of the month. Speaking of Naruto, I turned my gaze back to the hospital. It would seem neither he nor Rin were located inside the building anymore, as I couldn't make out any sign of their unique chakra signature. That meant they must be on their way back home. If Rin was with him, there was nothing to worry about for the time being. She was strong and, more importantly, smart enough to realize that she needed to be on guard. After what had just happened, we couldn't be too careful anymore. For me, all these threats had just seemed like whispers in the wind. But no longer. With tonight's experience, I had felt for myself the terrible grip of the unseen hand moving in the shadows. This job never gets any easier, does it, Sensei? I don't know why, but I felt like speaking to the rock whose head I now stood on top of. Another chilly gust of wind caused me to think about going back down to a warmer altitude, but I decided to endure it a little longer. It had been a long time since Minato-sensei and I had a chat, after all. So I sat down, getting as comfortable as I could on the cold rock. I've been hanging out with your son, you know? Although he certainly takes after you in the looks department, he got all your wife's terrible personality habits. I would appreciate it if you didn't tell her I said that, though. That woman had been scary. Unlike Rin, she had a hell of a temper and wasn't above smacking you a good one if she felt you deserved it. Kakashi and I had both been on the bad end of that several times. Anyways, I'm trying my best to get along with him. To be a good teacher for him and to guide him. I think a lot about the things you used to do for me lately. I think you probably know this, but I wasn't really able to appreciate what an amazing teacher you had been at the time. Teaching Naruto made me realize how much of a pain in the ass I must have been. Yet, you never showed it. Not even once. Even when you were strict, I always remember that you were fair. I'm not sure I've been able to live up to that. I sighed. We got in a pretty nasty fight today. Don't worry, I think he and I are going to be able to work it out. We kinda talked about it a little after. It's just that I don't know what to do. I was kind of hoping by talking to you now that I might be able to figure it out. You see, the thing is, it feels like everyone in the village is trying to push me into becoming Hokage ever since I came back. Rin, Kakashi, Itachi, Guy, Naruto, and now even the third himself. It felt like no matter where I turned, every sign was pointing to my face getting put up here alongside my teachers. I know you and I always used to talk about becoming Hokage one day. You would even humor me and say things like we'll both become Hokage, and that made me really happy. Aside from Rin, you were the only other one to believe in me. So I know that you would tell me now that you want me to take the position, but it felt like something got caught in my throat. I reached up with my right hand, clutching at the cloth of my jacket right over my heart. Hey, Minato-sensei -- I choked back tears, touching the cold stone of his carving with my left hand. Anything to make him feel closer. To somehow get him to talk back to me. What in the hell am I supposed to do? You have got this far, so consider subscribing and comment Ramen Bello, and I will see you in the next part.